guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin.
Dial has the answers to your customers' needs. It won't make your jokes funny.
Everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Smoke from Canadian wildfires is posing a health risk for millions across the country as the smoke shifts south. Topeka, Kansas and Kansas City are dealing with the worst air quality in the country. An air quality alert was also issued for parts of Iowa Tuesday. The smoke lingering in parts of the Midwest on Tuesday. Over 145 active wildfires are currently burning in Canada. Fed Chair Jerome Powell says interest rates will stand pat as inflation slowly comes down. Powell sharing that message with the Foreign Bankers Association in Amsterdam Tuesday. Powell adding inflation readings are higher than expected and the Fed needs to be patient and let restrictive policy do its work. Former President Donald Trump's criminal hush money trial continued in New York on Tuesday with more testimony coming from his former attorney Michael Cohen. Florida Republican Congressman Corey Mills was in the courtroom to support the former president. He criticizes Cohen's credibility as a witness.
What we've learned is that Michael Cohen, who has no credibility, who has purged himself multiple times, who has zero integrity, has actually admitted to defrauding the Trump organization.
Congressional Republicans are demanding that President Joe Biden resume weapons shipments to Israel amid its war with Hamas. The president has repeatedly warned Israel not to carry out a ground invasion of Rafah, a heavily populated city in southern Gaza. Speaking on Fox Business, South Dakota Republican Senator Mike Rounds says this is not just a message for President Biden, but a message for the world.
Think about what Putin thinks about this and think about what Xi Jinping thinks about this. When they go to their allies, they look at the United States and they say this is not the way that we will treat our allies.
This is USA News.
Do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call. Because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at crazy low prices. They have access to great prices and discounts at over 500 different airlines. plus 300,000 hotels and rental car companies. Their prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find the best price for you. Call SmartFares today and get ready to see the world with a fat wallet.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. That's 800-871-3291.
At least 8 people are dead and dozens are injured after a bus carrying illegal immigrants crashed in Florida. The Florida Highway Patrol saying a bus with 53 illegal immigrants on board was involved in a crash northwest of Orlando Tuesday morning. 8 people were listed in critical condition and 37 others suffered non-life-threatening injuries. Police say the bus was taking the illegal immigrants to a watermelon farm. Vice President Kamala Harris is under fire for using some profane language during a speech Monday. It happened at an annual summit for Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. The VP was calling on them to strive to break barriers in pursuit of political representation. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre defends the vice president's language.
She was passionate. She's passionate about what she believes. And that's what I think you heard from this vice president.
No more cheddar biscuits. USA's Corey Myers explains.
Red Lobster is not only closing a bunch of their restaurants, they are liquidating kitchen equipment, furniture, and other contents in an online auction. Rumor is they are also considering filing for bankruptcy protection. The company has tapped a restructuring expert as its chief executive, a possible indicator of an impending bankruptcy.
For USA News, the restaurant chain founded in Florida has been around for 56 years. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
Well, looks to me like we have crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. In other words, we will roll into a brand new day just like that. Another page off the calendar. Mid-May. 15th day of May of 2024 coming on. So welcome aboard. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Hope your week's going well. Yes, midweek already. Hey, what day is it? Kind of a cloudy, dreary night outside the secret bunker. Kind of surrounded by showers. Rain to the east, rain to the north, rain to the west. Nothing really falling outside the studio at this hour. It is a soggy night for certain. Along the eastern seaboard, some heavier rains from Kitty Hawk to Richmond, Virginia. Right on up into the D.C. area. It's lighter rain from D.C. to Philadelphia. Spotty showers up in the New York City area. You have some pockets of embedded heavier shower in central Pennsylvania. Yeah, a lot of rain in the Ohio Valley region. Soggy conditions. It's light to moderate. We don't have anything as far as severe weather to be concerned with at this point in time. Southern Ohio, some spotty showers up into the Fort Wayne, Indiana area. You'll see some showers pushing through Indianapolis as we progress through the overnight hours. It's kind of the wraparound. Yeah, showers in southern Ohio kind of moving south to north, over in Indiana, moving from north to south around the circulation. A few heavier showers down into central and northeastern Alabama again tonight. We see some pretty heavy shower returns coming in south of Atlanta there in central portions of Georgia. But again, as I look at the watches and advisory map, there are no severe weather watches, warnings, a few flash flood issues. But most of the country looks like a pretty good night for moving freight. I don't know, road check is officially underway, right? We are now 24 hours in. Anybody seen any activity out there? Yeah, give us a full report. Are the scales open, or are things pretty much quiet as normal? That's the question. It's supposed to be busy out there, though. Meanwhile, we've had a break, a bit of a reprieve for a few days from severe weather. We will be talking some additional severe weather beginning to come into play starting later today. Now, compared to what we've seen in recent weeks, it's going to be pale in comparison to a major severe weather outbreak. However, forecasters with AccuWeather warn storms can still be dangerous, damaging, and locally disruptive. This new episode of severe weather following some rain and some gusty, damaging thunderstorms that erupted from the Ohio Valley to parts of Florida Tuesday evening. So severe weather will be bolstered by a somewhat stronger storm system to push out of the Rockies into the Central Plains here as we roll into midweek. That same system then continues to push eastward Thursday, Friday, and along the way there will be some severe weather being triggered, at least at local levels, in parts of the Mississippi Valley and the Central Gulf Coast region again. Looks like the zone for severe thunderstorms in the central states for the upcoming day, Wednesday, will focus from southern Kansas to much of Oklahoma, portions of northern and western Texas. Yeah, the bulk of these storms are going to hold off till probably the afternoon hours, but we could see the major metro areas from Oklahoma City to Amarillo, Texas, Wichita, Kansas, Dodge City, Kansas, Lubbock, and Wichita Falls, Texas could all be affected. Yeah, later Wednesday afternoon to Wednesday night, these storms will be packing some strong wind gusts, large hail, and a few tornadoes. Flash flooding in the area should be rare, but downpours could lead to sudden reduced visibility, slowing you down on the highways for sure. As the storm progresses, that risk for severe weather Thursday and Thursday night extends from central Texas and Oklahoma to much of the Texas coast, much of Louisiana, and southern Mississippi. Another leg of locally severe storms will extend from Oklahoma to southeastern Kansas, northern Arkansas and much of Missouri, parts of the Tennessee, Kentucky, and Illinois as well. Once again, the strongest storms will carry the risk of high winds, hail, and a few tornadoes. As downpours from this storm reach areas where the ground is saturated from recent rain, the flash flooding concern will escalate a bit. Friday, the risk of severe weather settles over the lower Mississippi Valley and much of the upper Gulf Coast once again, where we've seen a lot of rain in recent days. As in prior days, the strongest storms may bring some powerful wind, hail, and a few tornadoes. The flash flooding concerns will continue once again. It will escalate as heavy rain falls on widespread areas of saturated ground where the streams and rivers continue to be running high. Now, midweek storms in the east may cause a little bit of trouble. Pockets of severe weather continue here at midweek in parts of the east as a separate storm system strengthens as it moves up the Atlantic coast. One area in the east where heavy, gusty, locally severe storms could erupt today will be across much of the Carolinas to southeastern Virginia. A second zone of locally severe storms likely along the storm's trailing cold front. That's going to be in central portions of Florida later today. Looks like the same concerns will exist as those in the central states on Wednesday, with some damaging winds, hail, and maybe a few tornadoes possible. Looking ahead, some more relatively small areas of severe weather will continue to affect the central and southern states probably through next week. AccuWeather expects the risk of larger, significant, severe level weather risks probably resume toward the end of the month here. And that could last right into mid-July. All right, so it's that time of year as we know, but a little bit of a break as far as widespread severe weather we've seen for a few days, but more flooding rains will be in the mix. All right, flip the page over. Who we got checking in? Hello to Rockpick on board. Good morning. Shorty, I-77 northbound. What do we have? Mount Airy, North Carolina, 61 degrees, and we are Columbus bound. Hello to Marianne. Pappy joins us. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. What day is it? What day is it? It's not official till Horse Feathers calls in to let us know. The number to call is 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. We're at 64 degrees in the far side of southwestern Hamilton County. A little misty H2O in the air. Get the party started. Hammer down. Be safe. Are you with me? All right, we did say hi to Rockpick. What else you got here? Good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. Currently at the Rochester International Airport, foggy conditions, a little misty, 60 degrees. Happy hump day to all the hard-working Americans out there. Thank you to Hotshot Secret, Mr. Summers, and the Overnight Drive for a smooth ride towards the weekend. Everybody watch out for the other driver and stay safe out there. Hello from the Michigan Mad. I'm pleased to announce I've been back iRacing for 2 weeks now and haven't got banned for going after another driver. Ah, boy, oh boy, that's what you did, huh? So, good morning. Gilligan checks in. Hello, Steve and fellow listeners. Partly cloudy, but we're dry at the moment. In Roanoke, Virginia, it's a warm 70 degrees at this hour. Everybody keep it shiny side up. That's a good idea. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 65 in Wilkesboro, North Carolina. In 7 hours, we're loading some Tar Heel steers on the powerful chrome-plated cow truck for a high-speed trip west to the great state of Nebraska. Special shout-out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Junior Johnson Parkway in Wilkes County. Speaking of the Carolina Monkey Gougers, you ever going to go back to work? It's been a couple of weeks since we've got an update there. Hope everything's all right, but maybe just taking some time off, as I said. Enjoying some fishing and the new grandson. Hello, Norman, checking in from North Central Kansas. Happy birthday to me. Well, indeed, happy birthday, Norman. 72 years young, he says. The Big Tipper is loaded. We're headed for Wichita. Everybody have a good morning. All right, good afternoon. Larry, hammer down. Be safe. Saugerties, New York, 61 degrees, riding in the rain. It's round 2 to Schenectady underway. Hello from Jerry, rainy Kokomo, Indiana. Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to today's show. Be safe. Everybody keep on trucking. And one more Buckeye boy checking in from Loveland, Ohio. Yes, you're not too far away. Just outside of Cincinnati, 61 degrees. Got rained on a bit just north of Columbus. Sprinkles after that. I'll be here till Thursday. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Okay, well, we'll check up on that. It's 18 past the hour. It is 844-3388. Rolling into hump day. What do you say? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Indeed, road check, 72 hours. Every truck driver's favorite 3 days out there. We're entering day number 2. So I guess all these weeks and months, literally, of advisories letting people know to be prepared. I guess getting prepared time is over and done. The focus on tractor protection systems and controlled substances or alcohol, the 2 top-tier concerns for this year's International Road Check. Yeah, one item that's in the mix there, you say, well, drugs and alcohol, that's a no-brainer. That would always be a top concern. Now, for inspections conducted here in the USA, they're going to conduct a query in the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. Obviously, if they find alcohol or controlled substances in your truck, you're in trouble. They'll be looking. But as far as the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse, if you're an owner-operator, you should have been sure that you are up to date with your Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse information, including one critically important step. Every carrier annually has to run a query on their drivers. Now, maybe you're a one-truck operation. Then you are everything. You've got to run that check on yourself. I don't know if many of the owner-operators were aware of that. Yeah, they'll be able to see roadside if you haven't done that. Yeah, also, if you're a disqualified driver, they'll be able to see that on the database too, and they're going to take you out of the seat. I think that's the biggest thing with, I don't know that they've ever done this, running a query on the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse in the past. Now, some of the numbers we had shared in weeks earlier, 160-some thousand drivers or former drivers, many of which may still be on the road, are actually on that disqualified list from the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse. If you pop up as a disqualified, that's the big focus here. Now, the other focus of this year's road check, tractor protection systems. That's something the CVSA says may be overlooked during your pre-trip or roadside inspections. They're going to be looking for deficiencies with the tractor protection valve, the trailer supply valve, and the anti-bleed back valve. I think last evening we shared exactly the step-by-step what they're going to be asking drivers to do. They're going to be listening for air leaks, checking for pressure and things of that nature. So road check is officially underway. Well, we touched on it in our final hour there yesterday morning. I mentioned the fact from Space Weather that there were some major radio blackouts for the likes of ham radio operators and things of that nature. This was from, I guess, the one last blast from the sunspot that created the incredible Aurora Borealis for much of the planet last weekend. Now, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration showed disruption all over North America a little before 1 o'clock Eastern time this past afternoon. When I saw the numbers, this is the big sunspot. What was the number on that? It matters not, but that's the one that had been erupting and had 5-6 CMAs that brought us the northern lights, the Aurora Borealis. But you've got the coronal mass ejections. You've got the scale of a C-class eruption, then up to an M-class eruption. Then you get into the really big ones, the X-class solar flares. Yeah, if this sunspot had been still facing the planet as it was much of last week with those eruptions, this could have been the one that really, really impacted the likes of power grids, satellites. This solar flare was classified as an X 8.8. The strongest solar flare in this solar cycle that started back in 2017. Now, as far as the radio blackout level was concerned, it was level 3 on a scale of 1 to 5. But again, that's because this sunspot had turned over to the western limb of the sun. It was not directed toward the Earth, but it will produce kind of a glancing blow. Had that sunspot been facing us, this could have been what they referred to as a Carrington-level event. Now, as for the big X flare, it is the biggest of the cycle thus far, they said, according to Space Weather. This would have been our first R4 level radio blackout, but it was partially blocked by the sun. Now, the region that fired the flare is now mostly behind the sun's western limb, so we can't even see it anymore. But this current solar cycle started mid-December of 2016. We are now in what they refer to as solar maximum phase. It's hard to tell if we've passed through the peak of solar maximum or not, but he did say, I doubt it because I think this cycle will have 2 peaks, just like the last cycle, but only time will tell. The sunspot causing all the chaos was AR 3664, which grew to the size of the one that caused the 1859 Carrington event that back in that day that set telegraph stations on fire and cut communications worldwide. As that sunspot rotated out of view of the Earth this past day, it said goodbye with one final blast. Subatomic debris of electrons and protons from the flare could also hit our planet, which could cascade on the surface. These particles have the ability to disrupt satellite communication, cause radiation hazards for astronauts, and interfere with the power grids on the ground. Now, NOAA had predicted a 60% chance of that happening Tuesday. It would be called a radiation storm, guided by the magnetic field that curls out of the sun into our solar system. As the sun rotates, the magnetic field that emanates from it kind of bend as they flow past the planets in its orbit, creating a spiral structure known as the Parker spiral. Charged particles from a solar flare can become caught in these spirals, shooting them around back to the Earth when they would otherwise have missed the planet. So Tuesday's flare follows obviously days of activities that brought us the worst solar storm, they now tell us, in 165 years. Geomagnetic storms, when those high-energy particles released from those flares ejected by the sun reach the planet. And we all talked about how many folks got to see the Northern Lights. Some did not, but
USA News Update. Ex-Trump lawyer Michael Cohen admitted in court Tuesday that he directed Stormy Daniels' lawyer to lie about her alleged sexual encounter with the former president. Cohen testified in New York that he instructed her ex-lawyer to deny the hush money payment to the adult film actress when questioned by the Wall Street Journal. President Biden announced a significant increase in tariffs on Chinese imports, including electric vehicles, semiconductors, and other products.
For years, the Chinese government has poured state money into Chinese companies across a whole range of industries: steel and aluminum, semiconductors, electric vehicles, solar panels, the industries of the future.
Biden said that the tariffs aim to address China's unfair trade practices. The UN reports that nearly 500,000 Palestinians are fleeing Rafah as Israel's military advances into the area. The UN is calling for an immediate ceasefire. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes: combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, got a lot to cover, a bunch of different things going on. Red Lobster wasn't a routine occurrence for me. Red Lobster was more like a, once or twice a year kind of thing. The wife doesn't much like seafood, so obviously you don't go to a seafood restaurant. I know they had other options, but she prefers her roosters. But for many employees around the country, as word came down this past day, the numbers have been kind of growing, but all we know is it is multiple locations that are being shuttered around the country, initially listed as temporarily closed. But they had not made an official announcement as of like midday this past day. But there is a restaurant liquidating company, Tag EX Brands, that announced they were selling off kitchen equipment and supplies and furniture from more than 50 locations that have closed their doors, according to the Business Insider. Meanwhile, they reported local news organizations from Orlando, Florida to Buffalo, New York, reported locations were listed as temporarily closed on the Red Lobster website. There was a syndicated report carried across the country said more than 80 locations in at least 27 states have been affected. Select Red Lobster locations closed today. Prepare for the largest restaurant liquidation ever. Fixtures, furniture, and equipment must go. Auctions start now. Single winner for each location. Winner takes all. That was the post from Tag EX Brands. Tag EX Brands is another statement conducting the largest restaurant equipment auction event ever, auctioning off the contents of 50-plus former Red Lobster locations across the country that were closed as part of the footprint rationalization. Now, one employee, Ramon Garcia, who worked at the Red Lobster in Hamburg, New York, said he learned he no longer had a job from the cook at the Buffalo area restaurant. I'm getting call after call this morning. My boy Don called me, and he's like, You should come in right now. And I'm like, why? I'm off today. He's like, man, you just need to come in here. There's a lot of stuff going on right now. Garcia said Red Lobster's corporate office said employees have 3 days to clean out the location. This happened out of nowhere. All the people that we work with losing their jobs and not knowing what to expect after that. This is obviously taking a toll on them. Now, last month, Bloomberg reported the chain was considering filing for bankruptcy under Chapter 11, which allows a business to remain open while they reorganize to deal with expenses like debt that are putting a strain on profitability. Red Lobster's object would be to exit some long-term contracts and maybe renegotiate some of their leases, according to Bloomberg at the time. They did also note that the chain has been impacted by labor costs. Back in January, Thai Union Group, PLC, the chain's major shareholder with 25% of the stock, said on their website they were ending their investment in Red Lobster. The combination of the COVID pandemic, sustained industry headwinds, higher interest rates, rising material and labor costs have resulted in prolonged negative financial contributions to Thai Union and our shareholders. Red Lobster's losses led to a $19 million share loss for Union Group. Now, Red Lobster is done and over with. According to Chansiri in February, according to the cooking website known as Delish, now the website Restaurant Business said that the all-you-can-eat shrimp deal ate into profits as well. They offered the ultimate endless shrimp as a daily menu item that started last June. That offered you you could choose 2 types of shrimp and eat all you want for $20. Red Lobster posted an operating loss of more than $11 million in the third quarter. With that deal, the all-you-can-eat shrimp cited as one of the contributing factors. Now, there were a couple of other blurbs here via X. Red Lobster filing for bankruptcy as early as next week. Per the Wall Street Journal. This, in part, according to the Journal, because the all-you-can-eat shrimp deal that executives hoped would turn the chain around ultimately contributed to millions of dollars in losses. I don't think it's just the one deal. The endless supply of shrimp, I mean, that was a gamble they hoped would help pull them out of the pandemic. The pandemic, that was a big issue there. And then what about menu prices? Yeah, I mean, the $20 deal, I mean, hell, you could eat at Red Lobster all you can eat shrimp for about the price of a Big Mac meal at McDonald's these days. So the numbers, like I said, have been kind of fluctuating, but yeah, with the fact that the auction is underway, I think this report said it's going, I mean, right now, the auction is taking place and goes through just the next couple of days. So we'll continue to follow. Around the country, what's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. According to the Industry Insider, cargo theft activity. Now, last evening we touched on the numbers out of Mexico. Yeah, the number of cargo theft incidents taking place throughout that country. This update came down the line from CargoNet last Friday. It's a New Jersey-based data and information sharing company with law enforcement and motor carriers trying to combat cargo theft. They released the results for the first quarter supply chain trends for this year, 2024. CargoNet documented a staggering 925 incidents, marking a substantial 46% increase compared to the first quarter of last year, and a concerning 10% rise from the fourth quarter of 23. Data from CargoNet shows the average value of stolen shipments in the first quarter this year $281,757, an estimated total loss of $154.6 million. That's just the first 3 months of this year. They said the continued rise in cargo theft can be attributed in part to these complex fraud schemes, which resulted in entire loads being picked up and never delivered, or delivered with digitally altered paperwork to hide the theft from the customer. During a recent interview with Landline Now, CargoNet's vice president of operations said incidents of strategic theft through fraud and other deceptive acts had increased 700% in some areas of the country. We're seeing a couple of different groups. They've been around for a few years now, but they've really perfected the art of fraud and diversion. That has led to the increase, he said. The overall increase of strategic cargo theft has been significant enough to wind up on the Federal Bureau of Investigation's radar. In April, the Office of Private Sector and the FBI's Little Rock field office alerted transportation stakeholders to one particular scheme that sought to trick shippers, brokers, and carriers into transferring loads to criminal actors for financial gain. According to the data from the OPS, there were nearly 500 fraud and fictitious pickup incidents recorded between November of 22 and July of 23. That was a year-over-year increase of 503%. They said reported cargo theft events had increased in most states, but that 3 states in particular accounted for 61% of all reported thefts in the first quarter of this year. Those were California, number 1, a 72% year-over-year increase. Illinois with a 126% year-over-year increase, and Texas, 22% year-over-year. In the report, the company said that small appliances, liquor, energy drinks, and copper were heavily targeted commodities in the first quarter. Thieves demonstrated a propensity to steal a wide variety of goods. So there is a threat to industries pretty much nationwide. While strategic theft incidents helped to fuel the overall rise, the company said simple cargo theft, including whole trailer thefts and pilferages, continue to be a persistent issue as well. They lastly said that during the first quarter of the year, notable hotspots for simple cargo theft: Southern California, the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Atlanta, Georgia, the corridor spanning New York, New Jersey, and eastern Pennsylvania. Now, looking ahead to the second quarter and beyond, CargoNet anticipates high levels of non-delivery thefts and strategic shortages will persist. The threat landscape is very dynamic right now. You need to be vigilant and take proactive security measures across the supply chain. From CargoNet. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Docs Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Docs cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, good morning to Seth. Seth sends me an email. And yes, you are correct. As far as the sun's rotation, he said complete rotation takes about 27 days. So if that massive sunspot holds together, which they've been known to do this, we could see it emerge on the other side once again in about 22 days or so. Just obviously, yes, they will be closely watching for that, because that was this sunspot had grown to 15 times the size of the Earth. You could put 15 Earths side by side, and it would fit into that particular sunspot. Massive. So in all likelihood, there will be some of it left. I wouldn't think it should still be that large when it emerges in 20-some days, but there is a possibility. Coming up, we got updates, the latest on the investigation into the Dolly, the ship that toppled the bridge there, Baltimore Harbor, some of the preliminary investigation reports issued this past day. Bird flu. The CDC issuing an urgent warning against drinking raw milk. They've been telling us that for weeks. I don't personally know of anyone that does, but apparently there are many, many people in this day and age that still drink their raw milk, and when they're trying to tell them they can't have it, they're demanding their raw milk. I will give you the full update coming up there as well. Sundance Kid, hour number 1, an early start tonight, huh?
Yeah, no, I'm halfway done. I just normally listen in to see which way the show's going, but I was having problems with the Overnight Drive app since we updated. That it'll click off like maybe every 2 minutes, and I got to go in there and hit the little start button again. I didn't know if anybody else was having that issue.
You're the first to mention having any issues with it. Actually, you got the Android phone?
No, I got an iPhone, but I've had the same. Well, I've had the same app. I didn't have to restart it or anything.
Yeah.
It's just it is new though. It looks different and stuff, and but all of a sudden, since they did the change and Android came back on, and this one looks different too. And when I hit the button, it'll play for like 2 minutes, but I can't even get through the AccuWeather, and it'll stop, and I got to go off my GPS, go back, hit the button again, and it'll play for 2 more minutes. I didn't know if anybody else was having that issue.
Okay, no, that's the first I've heard. I haven't seen what the new iPhone app looks like, because me and the wife both have Androids, but yeah, several folks said it looks a little different now. I didn't know they were even updating that one, but I don't know. Maybe somebody else out there can give us. I mean, I guess the first thing you would suggest normally is like to uninstall it and then maybe reinstall and see if that works.
I didn't want to lose it. I didn't want to lose it. But the other one, I mean, the new one's got the truck, like when you go to commercial on the Facebook, it's got that as the emblem on the new one. It used to be a different emblem on your old Overnight Drive. But yeah, and hey, this is just the beginning, people. Our country is going to hell. We can't support the fast food workers no more. They're going to go away, and then it's just going to go up the line. I mean, you're going to have to pay more for for social services like handles for people because corporate will not pay their people money. We're on that way. It's fine. Everybody have a good day, and it's trucking. Welcome to the trucking world, there, restaurant people, because that's where we've been. But the truckers don't even know it. That's how stupid they are. I swear to God. Y'all have a good day.
Well, I mean, the demise of one restaurant just means there will be, the people that have the money to dine out, they'll still be dining out. There'll just be more business at Olive Garden or Longhorn Steakhouse, whatever your other restaurant is. All those Red Lobster evening diners, Friday, Saturday, lunchtime on any day of the week, they'll have to find another option, right? It's kind of the vicious cycle. It's the way things work. Yeah, you can't help but wonder. I mean, some restaurant chains are doing excellent, just like anything else. Some trucking companies are doing very well. Others are struggling. Others are losing money. It's not a one-size-fits-all kind of thing. But all right, another. I know Philip is on vacation this week. He mentioned that on Friday morning, so he told us he wouldn't be checking in all week long there in Florida. But this incident occurred pretty close to him this past day in Florida. And we got a little more detail through the evening hours. The word was breaking about a pickup truck and a bus. And there is a association with trucking here because the bus was hauling workers that were going to be loading trucks for this trucking company. And the crash, at last check, 8 fatalities. According to the Florida Highway Patrol, the driver of the pickup truck that crashed into what was the farm worker bus has been arrested of driving under the influence and manslaughter. 41-year-old Brian McLean Howard now facing 8 counts of DUI manslaughter. No other details released, including what substance allegedly left Howard impaired. Troopers said he was driving a 2001 Ford Ranger when it crossed the center line on State Road 40, which is a pretty straight but somewhat hilly 2-lane road that passes through horse farms. The truck sideswiped the bus, causing it to veer off the road. This is about 6:40 a.m. this past morning. The bus then crashing through a fence and into a tree before overturning. In addition to the 8 killed, that they said at least 40 were injured. No phone numbers for family members could be found for Howard. Not sure if he has an attorney yet, but according to state records, Howard has previous arrest for driving with a suspended license, leaving the scene of an accident, and marijuana possession. This was Marion County, about 80 miles north of Orlando. The workers had been headed to Cannon Farms in Dunallen, which they're harvesting watermelons right now. The bus ended up on its side with the window smashed, the emergency rear door and top hatch open. Pickup came to a stop on the side of the road. Federal statistics show that vehicle crashes were the leading cause of job-related deaths among farm workers. The latest year of available data, which was 22, they accounted for 81 of a 171 total fatalities. Now, I'm assuming there were no seatbelts on the bus. Authorities in several states have been pushing for regulations for the safety of farm workers who were overwhelmingly migrants. Unknown if all the workers on the bus were migrants. I think they did kind of confirm that. USA News said they were illegally in the country. Let's see. State law requires seatbelts for farm workers transport using smaller vehicles weighing less than 10,000 pounds. Cannon Farms describes itself as a family-owned operation that's farmed its land for more than 100 years. They now focus on peanuts and watermelons, which they sell to grocery stores across the U.S. and Canada. Now, no one answered the phone at Alvera Trucking this past afternoon. That company had recently advertised for a temporary driver who would bus workers to the watermelon fields and then operate harvesting equipment. The pay was going to be listed at $14.77 an hour. $14.77, wow. Let's see. The company, again, offered a base rate of $14.77 an hour for the farm workers with promises of housing arrangements and transportation to and from the fields.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Smoke from Canadian wildfires is posing a health risk for millions across the country as the smoke shifts south. Topeka, Kansas, and Kansas City are dealing with the worst air quality in the country. An air quality alert was also issued for parts of Iowa Tuesday. The smoke lingering in parts of the Midwest on Tuesday. Over 145 active wildfires are currently burning in Canada. Fed Chair Jerome Powell says interest rates will stand pat as inflation slowly comes down. Powell's sharing that message with the Foreign Bankers Association in Amsterdam Tuesday. Powell adding inflation readings are higher than expected, and the Fed needs to be patient and let restrictive policy do its work. Former President Donald Trump's criminal hush money trial continued in New York on Tuesday, with more testimony coming from his former attorney, Michael Cohen. Florida Republican Congressman Corey Mills was in the courtroom to support the former president. He criticizes Cohen's credibility as a witness.
What we've learned is that Michael Cohen, who has no credibility, who has purged himself multiple times, who has zero integrity, has actually admitted to defrauding the Trump organization.
Congressional Republicans are demanding that President Joe Biden resume weapons shipments to Israel amid its war with Hamas. The president has repeatedly warned Israel not to carry out a ground invasion of Rafah, a heavily populated city in southern Gaza. Speaking on Fox Business, South Dakota Republican Senator Mike Rounds says this is not just a message for President Biden, but a message for the world.
Think about what Putin thinks about this, and think about what Xi Jinping thinks about this. When they go to their allies, they look at the United States and they say this is not the way that we will treat our allies.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At least 8 people are dead and dozens are injured after a bus carrying illegal immigrants crashed in Florida. The Florida Highway Patrol saying a bus with 53 illegal immigrants on board was involved in a crash northwest of Orlando Tuesday morning. 8 people were listed in critical condition and 37 others suffered non-life-threatening injuries. Police say the bus was taking the illegal immigrants to a watermelon farm. Vice President Kamala Harris is under fire for using some profane language during a speech Monday. It happened at an annual summit for Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. The VP was calling on them to strive to break barriers in pursuit of political representation. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre defends the vice president's language.
She was passionate. She's passionate about what she believes. And that's what I think you heard from this vice president.
No more cheddar biscuits. USA's Corey Myers explains.
Red Lobster is not only closing a bunch of their restaurants, they are liquidating kitchen equipment, furniture, and other contents in an online auction. Rumor is they are also considering filing for bankruptcy protection. The company has tapped a restructuring expert as its chief executive, a possible indicator of an impending bankruptcy.
For USA News, the restaurant chain founded in Florida has been around for 56 years. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And away we go, hour number 2. Thanks for joining us, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hello to Steve, checking in from Ottawa. Is that your new handle, 6-speed, Steve? Okay, that'll work. I'll try to remember that. Hello to Kevin. Good morning, Steve and the overnight crew. There's Bidu. Good morning. Good to have you all with us. Hope your week's going well. Midweek coming on. What do we have? The CDC has issued an urgent warning against drinking raw milk. as a major bird flu outbreak spreads across dairy cattle, as we've been following for weeks now. As of Monday, federal officials now say at least 42 herds in 9 states are known to have cows infected with the H5N1 virus. There haven't been any human cases since the one in Texas last month. The virus has been found in high levels in the raw milk of infected cows. We do know viral remnants have been found in samples of milk sold in grocery stores, according to the FDA. However, they say those products are safe to consume because pasteurization has been confirmed to kill the virus. And at the moment, consumers don't seem to mind. Weekly sales of raw cow's milk ticked up 21% from as much as 21 to 65% compared to the same time a year ago. That runs counter to the advice from the CDC, which they call raw milk one of the riskiest foods people can consume. Via their website, the CDC says raw milk can be contaminated with harmful germs that can make you very sick. They also warned last week people who drink raw milk could theoretically become infected if the bird flu virus comes in contact with receptors in the nose, mouth, and throat, or by inhaling the virus into the lungs. There's also concern that if more people are exposed to the virus, it could mutate to spread more easily in people. Now, when it comes to raw milk, states have widely varying regulations regarding raw milk. Some allow retail sales in stores. Others allow sales only at farms. Some states also so-called cow shares, where people pay for milk from designated animals, and some allow consumption only by farm workers, employees, or non-paying guests. Now, raw milk is far more likely than pasteurized milk to cause illness and hospitalization linked to other dangerous bacteria like Campylobacter, Listeria, Salmonella, or E. coli. According to the CDC, there were more than 200 illness outbreaks traced to raw milk between 1998 and 2018, infecting more than 2,600 people, hospitalizing more than 225. Despite the general risks of raw milk, they say about 4.4% of U.S. adults, that's nearly 11 million people, report they drank raw milk at least once a year, and about 1% say they consume it on a weekly basis, according to the FDA. As I've said many, many years ago, my grandfather always pointed out there's nothing like that fresh milk straight from the cow. Never had it, never tried it. But, of course, he grew up where he was having to get up to milk the cows in the morning. All right, hello to Knucklebuster.
I used to do that when we was youngins there. Had a bunch of cows and stuff, but I wouldn't do it now. I just get my pasteurized milk, and that's the way I like it there, right? Who was that was having trouble with his phone?
Sundance Kid.
Turn it completely off for about 2 or 3 minutes. Turn it back on. You'll pick up a different cell tower. That sounds like what's going on with it there. It's like a computer. You got to turn it off every now and then.
Yeah,
right?
they do say. I've always heard they say if you don't, you need to turn your phone off like at least once a week. A lot of people don't ever turn the darn thing off.
That's right. They sure don't. That's why they always have problems with it too. I just want to know, have these people that get their trucks and trailers stolen, have they never heard of lock thief?
Right.
Yep, but they make a kingpin lock. I keep somebody from hooking the truck up to the trailer. They make a glad hand lock. I keep somebody from putting an air hose to the trailer. And they make a master lock for back there on the door. My boss man provides all three. So it's just, and if you tick me off bad enough and won't move your truck off the fuel island, I might slip one of them on your back door out there, and then you'll really be in trouble there, right?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, if I have to back up and risk running into something, then that's probably why I'm going to stick a lock on your door. Yeah, I read where Vice President Kamala Harris, she dropped that F-bomb and thought she was real funny with it there, but, I mean, who hadn't dropped the F-bomb before? Most people I know, they've dropped it at least once in their lifetime, right?
Right.
So I'm not going to criticize a woman. I can tell you, she wants to drop it and think it's funny, so be it. Let her. I don't think she's going to have a job after January of next year anyway. So, but that's just my opinion. Therefore, it makes it the right one. Well, I'm over here. I got pulled in the scale house back over on Arizona. She told me it was IFTA week. I thought it was International Road Check Week.
Yes.
But she just wanted to see my permit book, said it was IFTA week. She looked at my permit book, handed it back to me, and told me I could go. Have a good day.
Okay.
And I hope that's all I have to do for this rest of this week.
Yeah.
I'm on the way back home now, so we'll just keep it rolling right on through here. If I can get past New Mexico, I'll have it pretty much made. The rest of them, if they get too excited, I can drive around them there. I know how to go down in the woods and look for Goldilocks.
Have you come across any scales that look like they're packed and stacked, like they're working hard, or not really?
Nah, there's just that one there when you come down south on 93 out of Vegas down there. You get down there to Kingman, Arizona. She was just pulling everybody in and looking at their permit book. That's all she was doing. So then once she looked at your permit book, made sure everything was up to snuff, she let you go there. So, but she's got you on the scale anyway, so she's going to check your weight too. So, but I'll deal with this New Mexico scale over here on the state line in about an hour and 15 minutes. So we'll see what they're up to. They're usually pretty crazy. They like to pull everybody around back and do the real thing there. They got a big building for doing that one in. So anyway, it's almost quarter after hour. I'll let you get your mid quarter hour or half hour, whatever it is, break in there, and I'll let somebody else run their pie hole. And I'll call in later on because, you know what, Steve, I'm going to be up all night tonight. I got to sleep in last night.
Very good. All right. Hope you got some good rest out there north of Las Vegas. Thank you very much, Knucklebuster, on board. All right. Southern tier of the country, a weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions. Factoring in the rain that we saw since Mother's Day through this past day, there are some areas from parts of northeastern Texas all the way over to the Florida Panhandle. We saw a lot of rain, 6 to 8 inches in many cases. Some areas approaching 12 inches. Looks like the region gets a break as those rains progress west to east yesterday, and that's what's kind of moving up the eastern seaboard now. The rains have essentially ended for the most part in that tier of the country. There's some spotty showers, as I mentioned, in parts of northern Alabama and some spotty showers there in Georgia, but no big organized areas of heavy rain. That should continue on through the day today, Wednesday. A little break in the action. That break may allow some of these swollen streams and water in low-lying areas to drop. However, because it takes days for the larger rivers to react, and many of the secondary rivers in that zone, from northeast Texas to southern Georgia, parts of South Carolina, may continue to even rise, even with clear skies overhead. As those water levels on streams and rivers continue to fluctuate, a new storm is going to push out of the southern Rockies today. That will initiate a new surge of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico starting on Thursday, where again we will see drenching rain and thunderstorms breaking out, expanding eastward Friday and Saturday. Again, portions of the I-10 and I-20 corridors will be subject to the consequences of more heavy rain on top of saturated ground and ongoing swollen streams and rivers. There may be a situation where some of the river levels fall off a little bit and then right back up, maybe to higher levels, as the runoff more efficiently reaches the larger waterways, as the case from earlier this week. 2 to 4 inches of additional rain will fall over a broad area of the southern states, with a band of 4 to 8 inches, likely from northeastern Texas to central Louisiana and central Mississippi. In that zone, we could see totals approaching maybe even 11 inches, once again, according to AccuWeather. It is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, what do you say? Let's get back to the calls this morning. Looks like Eagle will be checking in coming up here. First, Carl joins us. Morning, Carl. How we doing this week?
All right. Good morning, Steve. Just rolling through Chattanooga here this morning. It's raining a little bit down here on my way to Talladega, Alabama. So, yeah, it's okay. It's pleasant down here, 64 degrees, just a little bit of rain. But, yeah, how are you doing, Steve?
Doing well. Thanks for asking.
Good. Appreciate you. Yeah, I was just celebrating Mother's Day with my mom this past weekend and just looking, she's looking like she's getting her age up there. She's going to be 79 in October, and just realizing just how fast time passes by, you know. And
yes.
And I don't know if she'll make it to October or not, to be honest with you. I don't know. She's not doing too well. But, yeah, it's a shame, really, how age catches up to people. But anyway, just hope that she makes it, you know, just, you know, gets through. She's got some problems, health problems and this and that. But yeah, Maxine Waters, that's one in particular right now that is really on my mind. She's got a nerve about her that hits me every time I look at her. But she's coming on TV saying that people are Trump supporters are supposedly training in the mountains somewhere, and on monkey bars and this, that, and the other, and getting ready just in case Trump doesn't win the election. You know what I mean? And it's just a shock just how amazing the Democrats can be, and looking at catching clips of The View and things, what these ladies are saying about Trump, and just going on and on about how the election is really important to democracy and all this stuff. I mean, it's just amazing. They don't even know what democracy is. They've got their own certain definition of what democracy is supposed to be. And it doesn't have anything to do with democracy, really, what they're talking about. But I don't know. It's just amazing. But then you've got people out here who are just like Sundance when he calls in. He doesn't have anything good to say about Trump, but Trump gave him, in particular, some tax cuts on his own paycheck that I don't guess he wants to give Trump credit for. And all of this this week here, Biden is going to be letting those tax cuts go, and
right.
And then he's going to
increase
everything.
One thing that he likes to complain about Trump is that under the Trump administration, he did lose his per diem deduction at that point in time. Now, I think as a company driver, you can still claim it, right? But whatever, I think he was like a lease operator or something. So I don't know. They're working on getting that reinstated. I do know that.
Yeah, there is something to do with that per diem now that's different. Okay, that is different. But in all reality, the tax cuts, in particular off your paycheck, would make up for that. It would make up for that. But the per diem allowance, now I'm a company driver, okay? So I don't have to worry about that, and it didn't bother me none on that issue. But I don't even know what he's talking about really as far as that hurting me, because it doesn't. It's just something that I can't claim on my taxes anymore, So, but that right there is just an example of nitpicking. And this trial that Trump's involved in with here, I mean, what do we have when we've got we've got a judge that's he's really into the Democrat Party because he's giving donations to Biden. He's donating directly to the Democrat Party, and everybody knows what he is. He's just a farce of a judge. He's just sitting up there to be against Trump, period. And they haven't even given no charges yet. They've not even, and they've been in trial for nearly a month already. And we don't even know really in particular what he's going to be charged for exactly, on the specifics of it. But I guess they're going to come up with that on the last day of the trial before they close. But it's just amazing what these people will do to do wrong by Trump in particular. And then we've got Biden. They say Biden is zero against him. There's nothing that he's done criminal activity, nothing. But we see criminal activity all over his lifespan. And his boy in particular. And him too. He's involved in it all.
Right.
And he's doing this Israel thing here. He's not supplying weapons to Israel to do what they need to do against Hamas. I mean, really, in all reality, Biden should be supplying some SEALs to go over there and get those hostages out of that area. To be honest, that's what he ought to be doing. He ought to be, because our SEALs can do something like that. They can go right in there and go ahead and get those hostages out, It's just amazing to me that Biden is not even using our military appropriately. He never has. And the Democrats never have. In particular, they've always held back. They've always held back, and they've caused our country to be basically losing every war since World War II. Harry Truman, I believe, was a Democrat, but he knew what he had to do. He had to end that war. He had to end that war, and because that was a big war there, big World War II, and we would have been just walked over had he not done what he did to Japan. And that's what you got to do. These people are not going to improve. And the Palestinians are infused with Hamas. Hamas is in there, infused in their families. Their children their little girls, their 14-year-old, 15-year-old girls are having babies by Hamas men over there. And they've built tunnels underneath everybody's house and the hospitals and all their buildings over there. And it's just, they're infused. They're infused. They're like family in there. And they've elected them to be their officials and everything. The Hamas people are running their place over there. And Israel gave them that territory, gave it to the Palestinians, and they turned it in what they've turned it into today, which is it's a quagmire.
And it's not something, right, it's
done.
not something new. It's been going on for years and years, well, decades. But we got to pause for a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Ex-Trump lawyer Michael Cohen admitted in court Tuesday that he directed Stormy Daniels' lawyer to lie about her alleged sexual encounter with the former president. Cohen testified in New York that he instructed her ex-lawyer to deny the hush money payment to the adult film actress when questioned by the Wall Street Journal. President Biden announced a significant increase in tariffs on Chinese imports, including electric vehicles, semiconductors, and other products.
For years, the Chinese government has poured state money into Chinese companies across a whole range of industries: steel and aluminum, semiconductors, electric vehicles, solar panels, the industries of the future.
Biden said that the tariffs aim to address China's unfair trade practices. The UN reports that nearly 500,000 Palestinians are fleeing Rafah as Israel's military advances into the area. The UN is calling for an immediate ceasefire. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret,
Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, welcome back. Good to have you on board. Hump Day coming on here. Midweek already? How about that 15th day of May? All right, depending on who you listen to, who you get your news from. Undoubtedly, the mainstream media is all still beating the drum that, Michael Cohen's testimony, this is devastating. Trump's going to jail. If you listen to some of the conservatives, the likes of Professor Jonathan Turley, or go to the New York Post, Cohen pretty much was a complete failure on the stand. Now, let me start with Turley's comments. After the testimony Monday, he used the New York Post opinion column to offer his take on Alvin Bragg's star witness, stating that Trump's been accused of falsifying bank records to hide that payment, the hush money, to Stormy Daniels. With the prosecution's case almost over, Bragg needed Cohen to clearly state that Trump intentionally committed fraud to conceal some poorly defined crime. The problem is, Cohen only confirmed that Trump knew he was going to pay for the non-disclosure agreement, and it would be buried before the election. That is not unlawful. Turley added, Cohen only succeeded in confirming that he put together this payment and advised Trump to go forward with it. Cohen, he assured Trump that it would effectively kill the story before the 2016 election. None of that is illegal. The Fix-It man assured Trump that he fixed it and now wants Trump to go to jail for following that advice. Turley said, absent some sort of a sudden epiphany in Cohen's final testimony this past day, that the judge, Juan Merchan, should rule in favor of a directed verdict and throw out the case before it goes to a jury. Now, if he instead sends this partial case to the jury, it's then Judge Merchan, not Cohen, who may have a better claim to a reality show as the ultimate fix-it man. Okay, so stoking interest in his own appearance. Cohen was telling the public, he promised everybody, be prepared to be surprised. But thus far, he had offered nothing new and, more importantly, nothing to make the case for Alvin Bragg. Just before taking the stand, Cohen had been peddling a reality show called The Fixer, including working with Colin Wheatland, who helped create Joe Exotic, Tigers, Lies, and Cover-Up. The pitch came with a cheesy promo video in which he promises viewers, I am your fixer. His first post-Trump client, Bragg, may have to disagree with that. He only had only one advantage for Bragg: his notoriously flexible morals and ethics, which allow him to say almost anything to support his sponsors. With the case almost over, Bragg needed him to clearly state Trump intentionally committed fraud. Again, as we just shared from the Turley statement there. Now, he assured Trump this would kill the story before the election. As we said, that is not illegal. The Fix-It man assured Trump that he fixed it, and now he wants him to go to jail for following his advice. Now, in the course of his testimony, Cohen also admitted to taping his client without his knowledge, a breathtaking breach of trust and confidentiality. This is the man who, according to Stormy Daniels' attorney, expected to be Trump's attorney general. Keith Davidson said Cohen was depressed and despondent, and I thought he was going to kill himself when he realized he would not be made a cabinet member. Cohen contradicted that testimony, insisted that he only wanted to be Trump's personal lawyer. Now, he also admitted he was unaware that the publisher of the National Enquirer, one of the first guys to testify, David Pecker, had killed negative stories about Trump and other celebrities for decades. So Cohen has yet to fix the problem for Bragg. More importantly, he's added to the problem for the judge, Merchan. Many of us have ridiculed this case as devoid of any criminal activity from the very get-go. So Merchan has allowed the prosecutors to proceed without clearly stating what crime was being concealed. It's not even clear why paying one's lawyer a lump sum for his services and costs, including the non-disclosure agreement payment, was not a legal expense, and how it was supposed to be entered on a business ledger. So that's where things stand in New York. The Dog and Pony Show. All right, Carl, welcome back.
Yeah, Steve, talk about a dog and pony show, buddy. I tell you what, this is a soap opera from hell, you know. Amazing. What do you have when you've got a billionaire, a porn star, and then you've got a pecker for a witness, you know? Oh, gosh, it's incredible. It's mind-boggling. What a soap opera this is. And then Cohen there, he's out for revenge. He's already done 13 months of time in prison for lying to the FBI and lying to everybody, the court and everybody, and he's lying right now. He's still lying on the witness stand. And, of course, this judge isn't going to give him no time. He's going to be looking to give Trump some time. That's what he's going to be looking for, you know. And it's just amazing how all of this has came about. Of course, Trump didn't have any business doing his little flirtatious deals with this porn star and whoever else he's been fooling around with. Of course, he shouldn't have been doing that. But none of it's illegal. I mean, it's like we've said before. Every bit of this is Trump hasn't done anything illegal. He just skirts around with stuff he shouldn't be doing, you know, sometimes. And, of course, yes, he gets involved where he shouldn't be. But then again, he does a lot of good stuff, too, okay? And these Abraham Accords over there in Israel, okay, that he did was amazing, okay? It's something that no other president has ever done. And returning the embassy to where it's supposed to be in Jerusalem, you know, he did all of those things that no other president has ever done. And it was all to the good of Israel. And Israel doesn't need Biden's help, to be honest. Okay, they can take care of themselves. But we're supposed to be their friend instead of their enemy. And we've got Biden over there coddling to Iran, the head honcho of the whole deal. And he's just giving them everything they want, and he's not giving Israel anything, you know? And it's just amazing to me. They want to say, well, he's giving them a little bit of money and this, that, and some low-grade ammunition and all that. And probably Israel's looking at all that as it comes in, and they're saying, well, we'll just put that over to the side and we'll use that later, you know, in case we need it, because it's garbage anyway, you know. Biden's probably sending them the worst of garbage anyhow, you know. And so it's just amazing to me what he's doing. And but thank you for taking my call, Steve. I appreciate it, buddy.
Hey, Carl, have a good morning. Thanks for being a part of the show. Thanks for tuning in. All right, it is 844-844-3388. As the investigation continues, the March collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. In a preliminary report this past day, investigators said the cargo ship, the Dali, experienced an electrical blackout about 10 hours before leaving the port. While they were undergoing maintenance, the power outage was caused by a crew member mistakenly closing an exhaust damper, causing the ship's engine to stall. That, according to the National Transportation Safety Board. So the ship lost power again, ultimately crashing into the bridge's support columns after leaving the port. Now, the full investigation could take a year or more, they said. They launched the investigation almost immediately after the incident, boarding the ship to document the scene, collect evidence, including the vessel's data recorder, information from the engine room, interviewed the captain and crew members. They said, our mission is to determine why something happened, how it happened, and to prevent it from reoccurring. The last of the victims' bodies was recovered last week, as we know. Monday this week, crews finally conducted the controlled demolition, bringing down that largest remaining span, which is a big step in freeing the Dali and getting it refloated. I haven't seen an update whether they were supposed to try that during high tide this past day. Haven't seen whether that was successful or whether they did actually attempt that or not. Now, the preliminary report released yesterday, they did say likely includes just a fraction of the findings that will be presented in the final report. Again, that's expected to take more than a year. And the FBI has launched a criminal investigation into the circumstances leading up to the collapse. But that's where things stand there. All right, we'll get to Eagle right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are
At
sold.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, back at it here. Rolling into midweek already. Hope your week's going well, all right? It's the first time we've heard from Eagle this week. How we doing, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. The reason why you ain't heard from me, Steve, is because I'm down in Florida right now. I'm at the beach right now. I'm down here in Miami. I told you I was gonna take off this week. I'll be damned if I'm gonna let those jerks take my money for this bogus
road check. That's right.
Split.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah. I told you. My truck is parked. My truck is sitting in my house right now and backed up to my garage door, and I'm still making money. I'm on vacation money right now, relaxing, kick back at the beach down here in Miami, looking at all the beautiful women to hell with the DOT blitz or whatever they want to call it. I talked to some of my people that live in Texas. I talked to some of my friends that live in Texas, and they said that those jerks are all over the road down there in Texas. If anybody rolling towards Texas, you might want to make a U-turn and go the opposite way. But yeah, they said that they on Interstate 10 going into Houston. They on 35 going out of San Antonio, going into San Antonio. They over in going into Dallas. They over on Interstate 20. So they all over Texas doing inspecting trucks, DOT vehicles everywhere, from what my friends have told me. So anybody rolling towards Texas, you might want to make a U-turn. Yeah, like I said before, Steve, it's not about safety. It's not about safety. I've asked you this question so many times. How is writing a man out a ticket? How is right? And I know my man. What's the guy's name? The man from New Jersey. What's the cue ball?
Yeah.
I know cue ball agree with what I got to say. How is writing out somebody a ticket? Explain to me how writing out somebody a ticket for having a faulty brakes or having something wrong with your truck. How is that about safety? Writing out a man a ticket and taking money out of his pocket. I want the DOT to explain that to me, but they won't explain it because it can't be explained because it's all about money. That's the That's the explanation. And I don't care who calls in and disagrees with me tonight. You can go ahead and continue driving your truck down the road. And when they pull you over and take money out of your pocket, don't say I didn't warn you. Because like I say, I'm kicked back on the beach in Miami, Florida right now. So you do your deal and let the DOT man take money out of your pocket. I really don't care. Now, let me say this, Steve, because like I said, we're in a world now, man. It really disgusts me because, like I said, I was raised up. I came up the old-fashioned way. I believed in treating a man the way you treat somebody. That's the way I was raised up. And like I said, if you treat me bad, you best believe I'm gonna treat you bad. You treat me right, I'll treat you right. As simple as that. It's not that hard to figure out my situation. I'm not very difficult to figure out. Now let's talk. That's what brings me to the situation with Donald Trump. Okay, now I'm gonna go back to this weekend, Steve, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this one again. I don't care who likes what I say, what I'm about to say. Okay, in New Jersey over the weekend, Donald Trump held a rally, and I sat there and watched it on television, on my big flat screen television in my home down here in Florida. And Donald Trump had over 100,000 people. That's right, 100,000 people attend his rally down in New Jersey. That's people from all over the East Coast was there. Going to this rally to hear what this guy had to say. Now, this is a guy that's in a courtroom right now. This is a man that's in a courtroom facing bogus charges from a washed-up porno star and a known liar, man that's been behind bars for lying. And these two losers had a nerve to go to the step forward and have the nerve to go into a courtroom and talk. It's just embarrassing. But anyway, to get back to that, Steve, he goes 100,000 people to come see Donald Trump from all over the world, people from all over. Now, I'm going to say this. Joe Biden, I seen a video the other day, Steve. Joe Biden was walking out of his house or walking out of somewhere, and you should have heard. I can't say the words that those people were saying to Joe Biden as he walked out of his home to get into his vehicle. It's not radio worthy, the words that these people were saying to that guy. Now, we already know what happened in 2020. Now, anybody in their right mind, Steve, know with the economy being the way it is, you got restaurants going out of business. As a matter of fact, before I forget, Steve, now how the hell 7-Eleven, I grew up with 7-Eleven stores. I drove by a 7-Eleven store the other day, and they had it boarded up. Now, how the hell is 7-Eleven stores going out of business? Can you explain that to me, Steve, how the hell a 7-Eleven store goes out of business?
I don't know. Maybe they've got too much competition. I don't know. There's a convenience store on every corner nowadays.
It's ridiculous, Steve. This guy Joe Biden is putting everybody out of business. I think they said that Red Lobster is closing down some of their businesses. The Walmart, that's bad, Steve. When Walmart, I heard on the radio today that Walmart is going to be laying people off because they don't have the business, because people can't afford to go to Walmart. That's a damn shame when you can't afford to go to Walmart. This is how bad Joe Biden has put the economy, Steve. This is the situation. Now you got restaurants. You talked about this, McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's. These people are talking about offering a $5 meal, a $5 discount meal, because people can't afford to pay $15 for a damn Big Mac and fry and a drink. Every restaurant I drive by, Steve, when I'm on the interstate, I drive by Burger King's, McDonald's, and the parking lot is empty. And that's a damn shame. People can't. That's sad when you can't even afford to go into a McDonald's and buy a Big Mac meal. But this is what Joe Biden, his inflation, his so-called economy has done to the American people. So here's how it goes, Steve. We're one step away. This election, as Donald Trump said on Saturday afternoon at his rally, this will be the last and final presidential race. If Donald Trump doesn't win the race this coming November, that'll be the last presidential race that we ever have in the United States of America. Because, see, you won't have no choice from now on. Your only choice will be a Democrat, and that's who you'll vote for, whether you like it or not, because there won't be no Republican. Donald Trump is the last Republican that's ever going to step forward if the Democrats have anything to say about it. And if they had their way, he wouldn't even be allowed to be on the ballot this year. You already see that, Steve. If the Democrats had it their way, he wouldn't even be in the ballot in 2024, let alone 28. So that's the sad situation that we're in right now, Steve. And here's what makes me sick, and that's why I told you this months and years ago, I don't have a conversation with people that are Democrats. The minute that somebody such as Sundance and this other loser named Minister that calls your show, soon as they tell me that they're a Democrat, the conversation comes to a quick ending. There's no other conversation is going to be said, because anybody that supports Joe Biden is not even worthy of me speaking to, because Joe Biden has done things to this economy. He has done things to this country that never been heard of before, besides the border. Like I said, he ran me out of the state of Texas. I had to leave the state of Texas where I was raised up at, because he had so many illegals coming in the state that I had to move to another damn state just to get away from the situation. And I'll never forgive a man that done something like that to me.
Gotcha there. Ego, we're up to the clock, so we got to take a news break.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. During his testimony, Michael Cohen revealed that he wore a T-shirt depicting Donald Trump behind bars on his TikTok show. While being cross-examined on Tuesday, Trump's former lawyer confirmed that he has been selling the shirt along with other anti-Trump merchandise during the hush money trial. Earlier, Cohen testified that he paid adult film star Stormy Daniels $130,000 at Trump's instruction to keep silent about an alleged 2006 sexual encounter with the former president. President Biden announced a significant increase in tariffs on Chinese imports, including electric vehicles, semiconductors, and other products.
For years, the Chinese government has poured state money into Chinese companies across a whole range of industries: steel and aluminum, semiconductors, electric vehicles, solar panels. The industries of the future.
Speaking from the White House, Biden said the tariffs aim to address China's unfair trade practices. The goal is to create a fairer playing field in sectors where the administration has made substantial investments. Recent data indicates that inflation continues to remain stubbornly high. The Labor Department reported a 0.5% increase in the Producer Price Index last month, nearly double what economists had anticipated. The wholesale prices are a crucial measure of inflation and come just before Wednesday's release of the Consumer Price Index. Senate Democrats are pushing to resurrect a bipartisan border deal that collapsed in February. Tuesday, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer urged his Republican counterparts to join negotiations and pass a bill to bolster security along the U.S.-Mexico border.
We're not walking away from trying to resolve the problems at the border. We hope Republicans will change course and join us. Instead of just making a lot of speeches, pointing a lot of fingers, blame, 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 let's get something done.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The UN reports that nearly 500,000 Palestinians are fleeing Rafah as Israel's military advances into the area. The UN is calling for an immediate ceasefire. Israel states it's targeting Rafah to eliminate Hamas once and for all. The U.S. has warned of withholding further arms shipments to Israel if it launches a full-scale invasion of the Gaza city. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell indicated that interest rates are unlikely to decrease anytime soon. Speaking at the Foreign Bankers Association in Amsterdam on Tuesday, Powell stated that inflation readings are higher than anticipated and the Fed needs to remain patient until they decrease. He also mentioned that a rate hike based on current data is unlikely. Federal authorities have initiated an investigation into issues surrounding Waymo's self-driving cars. San Francisco Fire Chief Janine Nicholson has expressed worries about autonomous vehicles hindering emergency responders.
We are the last line of defense for most people. Seconds matter. If it takes us a minute to go around the block because there's a vehicle in the way, that puts the people in that building more at risk.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has confirmed that their inquiry focuses on 22 incidents involving Waymo vehicles, including crashes and potential traffic violations. And TikTok content creators from 8 states have come together to sue the U.S. government over its attempt to ban the TikTok app in the U.S. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We are back once again, and for those just joining, welcome aboard. Midweek coming on already. As always, around the country, it's 844-844-3388. What do we got coming up? Several other industry headlines coming your way this hour. Give you some of the Hot Shot Secret news. Some of the deals going on right now. Of course, you realize listeners of this program can always save 10% on everything you order at hotshotsecret.com. Just use the code OvernightDrive at checkout. Now, that's in addition to the 10% discount that's always available to military, first responders, CDL holders. So 20% off. Currently, for those who purchase at Love's Travel Centers around the country, you got the deal going. If you buy 2 Hot Shot Secret Stick Shit Eliminator, the 64-ounce bottles, you'll receive 2,000 My Love Rewards points. That's continuing now through June 30th, as a matter of fact. For those maybe that frequent the Pilot Flying J locations around the country, right now through June 30th, buy 2 64-ounce Diesel Extremes. You will receive 1,000 My Rewards Plus points. All right, events on the horizon. So we just closed out the Mother's Day Make-A-Wish convoy over the weekend, at least at the moment. Horse feathers. Congratulations, remains on top there as far as individual fundraiser. Coming up here this weekend, Saturday, it's off to where we at? Pine Valley Raceway. The Texas Diesel Nationals. We're talking the National Hot Rod Diesel Association. Again, Saturday only, Pine Valley Raceway. They'll have the truck show and shine. Hot Shot Secret will be there. Hot Shot Secret booth, Diesel Drag Racing, coming up this Saturday. And then the following weekend, here's a big one. It's the Great Lakes Big Rig Challenge. Always brings in big crowds. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 3-day event at Ottaway Raceway in Michigan. Your uphill semi-racing. Yes, Hot Shot Secret will be there with our product booth and more. So make sure to stop by. Undoubtedly, Kyle will be there. Kyle does now have a right-hand man that's out on the road with him every event around the country, doing a lot of traveling. What's his first name? Josh Steinmetz has been my tech guy. It's his brother. His name is slipping me right now. I think is it Matthew? Either way, stop by and say hello. Now, when I saw the headline this past, I thought, well, that sounds like a good thing to me. Hearing that the emergence of low-priced electric vehicles from China could shake up the U.S. auto industry in ways we've never seen before. Politicians and manufacturers already see Chinese electric vehicles as a serious threat. Sales of electric vehicles have been increasing, although, as we know, much more slowly here in the USA. But the entry of Chinese manufacturers like BYD, which stands for Build Your Dreams, could be a nightmare for the U.S. auto industry. Last year, the company actually topped Tesla to become the world's largest seller of EVs. Now, the Chinese vehicle market is heavily subsidized by the Chinese government. For some time now, the Chinese government has given their EV sector some heavy direct subsidies that allow Chinese automakers to sell their cars at much lower prices. The word is they're going to dump those products into the U.S. to take over a marketplace. Basically, they drive a lot of the U.S. manufacturers out of businesses because they can't compete. This intense competition could potentially impact customers in the long run. According to Thomas Papasil, the owner of Ericsson Chevrolet, Popsicle says it's like playing Monopoly. Once that happens, if they're the only distributor in town, then they're free to raise their prices to whatever they want. So I think that's the concern in our marketplace. Anytime they're dumping into the market, a subsidized product that's sold at a loss in the U.S. market to capture market share, it's a bad thing in the long run for the customers. So what they announced yesterday is that they're going to quadruple tariffs on imported Chinese electric vehicles from 25% to 100% in response to what they say is a threat to U.S. jobs and national security. Now, according to Cox Automotive, about 1.2 million electric vehicles were sold in the U.S. last year. Now, Chinese-made electric vehicles accounted for just over 2% of all electric vehicle sales, and quite honestly, I don't know that I've ever seen a Chinese electric vehicle out there. I guess there's a handful of them. Now, like I said, that sounds to me like a good thing. Doesn't that sound to you kind of like something Trump would do? Well, then I see they say, well, Republicans are not buying into Biden's tough talk with the announcement of the tariff on Chinese vehicles, as well as advanced batteries, solar cells, steel, aluminum, medical equipment. They're saying this is all about an election year move to increase friction between the world's two largest economies. Republican National Committee chair said this is a last-minute ploy to make the voters think Biden is being tough on China. Weak Joe Biden is admitting that, see, this is what we had. We had Trump-era trade policy, and it worked. And his failed electric vehicle mandate is being taken advantage of by China. Donald Trump's America First trade policy reduced the trade deficit, grew wages, created over 500,000 new manufacturing jobs, and made America strong. Biden has consistently put China first. Administration officials say they think the tariffs won't escalate tensions with China, yet they do expect China will explore ways to respond to the new taxes on their products. Now, a spokeswoman for the Trump campaign said Biden's move was meant to distract from his policies that have cost thousands of auto workers their jobs here. The fact that these tariffs do not apply to gas-powered cars and trucks, but only to Chinese electric vehicles, shows this has nothing to do with protecting American workers. It's all about Joe's agenda of killing gas-powered autos and forcing Americans into ultra-expensive electric vehicles that they won't and can't afford, or they don't even want. Either way, the tariffs are expected to be phased in over the next 3 years. Those that take effect this year will include electric vehicles, solar cells, syringes, needles, steel, aluminum, and several other items. There are currently very few electric vehicles from China in this country. But the concern is low-priced models made possible by those government subsidies we just mentioned could soon start flooding the U.S. market. Chinese firms can sell electric vehicles for as little as $12,000. Now, their solar cell plants, steel, and aluminum mills have enough capacity to meet much of the world's demand. Chinese officials argue that their production keeps prices low and is aiding in the transition to a green economy, which they ain't doing a damn thing about. They're not reducing emissions. They're continuing to increase emissions. Until what? I think they've got till 2030 before they're going to begin actually doing anything about reducing. But what do you say, Horse Feathers?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. I guess for everybody else out there, we got to start out with, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it? course.
Already hump day, mid-May. Man, oh man, time is flying by. Are we getting older by the week?
I'm thinking, but of course I don't know where I'm at because I skipped Monday out here. You know, I took the day off after Mother's Day, so I'm just on my second day. So I started dialing the phone, and I'm like, oh, it's everybody else's Wednesday.
Yes.
So anyways, but and again, you know, you mentioned it there, but thank you to you and Hot Shot Secret for all the support you guys gave me through the year as well. I mean, I couldn't have done it without you and your show that, you know, Hot Shot Secret does. And thank you to Christopher Belchek for his interest in the very beginning of this that we started together. So anyways, I didn't get that mentioned last night, but again, thank you to everybody else out there that has helped me get to where I'm at there and donating through me to help all the kids. But so China and electric cars, you know, because the American consumer is you know, wants to make sure they support the U.S. manufacturer. Oh, wait a minute. No, they buy whatever's cheap, don't they, Your Honor?
Yep.
They don't worry about making sure they buy U.S. products. Whatever's the cheapest, and we'll worry about throwing it away in a couple years and buying more to throw away in a couple more years. But it's I don't know.
I can't help but wonder if a Chinese electric vehicle that sold at $12,000. I'm thinking that's going to have to be the equivalent of, remember the Yugo that came, everybody bought the cheap ass Yugo, and how many, 5 years later they were all in the junkyard, right?
If they lasted that long.
Yeah.
So yeah, what was that? That was Yugoslavia or something made that Yugo? But yeah, it was somewhere over there. But yeah, that's exactly what you're looking at, a complete throwaway if it lasts 5 years. And so I mean you're talking over $2,000 a year to have a vehicle that's worth nothing, and so but I don't know. I think you're a whole lot better off as buying what we got, but So anyways, Schumer is all up for securing the border now. What's that about? Does he want to build walls?
Oh, is he?
How does he want to secure the border?
I missed that. He's up for it, huh?
Yeah, in the last news report, it sounded like he was ready to start building walls and securing the border and wanting the Republicans to come over and work with him and have good border securement.
Oh boy!
What?
It's election year. It is. It's good talk. Good talk.
It is, boy. I tell you, they lay it on good. So speaking of election year, yesterday was primary day in Maryland. Have you gotten any results on Maryland on primaries of who the November candidates will be at all? Because there was a bunch of them up. There's a Senate seat that's vacated by Ben Cardin. How do you retire from an elected position, Your Honor? I still haven't figured that out. These people retire from Congress. That's an elected position. That's not a put in your application and get hired and have a career. No, so I don't know. I've always been confused on that. But anyways, Ben Cardin finally vacated his seat and left it up for somebody else to do. So we had the previous Governor Hogan, who was a Republican, but he's a Republican that said he'd never work with Trump.
Okay.
So how does a Republican senator vote in Congress if he's elected? How does a Republican senator vote in Congress if he won't work with possible President Trump?
That's a good question. Well, I'm looking at your I'm looking at your numbers here. Trump won yesterday. I mean, obviously, Trump had 190,000 votes. Nikki Haley had 47,000 and some odd. Now look at the difference between Trump's 190,000. Joe Biden winning the Democrat nod with 391,000. There were 47,000 and some change uncommitted votes. and just over 9,000 for Marianne Williamson there on the Democrat side. How about that?
Okay. So does it get down further into the Senate and stuff like that at all, or not?
Yeah, on the Senate side, what do you see here? Larry Hogan won the Republican. Angela Alsabrooks winning the Democrat nod.
Okay. Well, that.
Are you familiar with her? I don't know Maryland names.
No, not at all. Not at all. Don't even know the names. So, of course, I don't pay a lot of attention to the Democrats in the state, anyways. But anyways, I would almost guess that would mean that there's a very good chance that Larry Hogan will be the senator. But as I say, he's already vowed. You know, when he was governor, he was completely against Trump. Would not work with Donald Trump as president. He was blames Donald Trump for the January 6th deal, and I mean he was the one that said that he actually helped stop the whole thing from happening by sending in the Maryland State Police to help in the catastrophe. So anyways, I don't know, but he was a businessman that never was in politics, that ran and became governor. And I thought, we'd have a non-political person that actually, would come along. But he got his taste of politics, I guess, and it didn't take him long to, by the looks of it, want to become part of the swamp. So I don't know. We'll see where it all ends up. But other than that, I don't know. Not a whole lot going on. Got some rain showers. Been in sprinkle drop rains. I actually have to go retrieve my trailer at a shop, so I got about an hour ride bobtail. Kind of forgotten. I don't bobtail very often, so you kind of don't think about it very much. But bobtail is one thing, but bobtailing out here in the rain with brand new drive tires on the truck, it kind of gives you a whole new perspective of getting down the highway there, because it's just a little bit on the squirrely side on the wet roads there with the rain coming down, with no weight on the rear wheels. And as I say, they're pretty much brand new lug drive tires. So they want to have, they don't feel like they're attached to the highway very well, Your Honor. But we're getting it done. We'll get down the road, get done what we got to get done. But other than that, I guess we'll let you go on a hump day. And I don't know, how do we keep coming back to these things so quick? But anyways, all right, Your Honor, we'll let you go with that.
All right.
We'll check in with you a little later on there, maybe.
Have a good morning. Thank you very much. All right, Eagle mentioned Walmart and layoffs. It looks like this is like on the corporate side, apparently. Walmart laying off hundreds of corporate workers, according to the Wall Street Journal. The company will also ask workers in smaller offices to move to central hubs. The locations in Dallas, Atlanta, and Toronto, they say, will be closed. Those workers will have to either move to Bentonville, Arkansas, Hoboken, New Jersey, or Northern California. So if you're going to keep your job, you're going to have to relocate. That sucks. They've talked about several hundred roles being cut, according to the chief economist and state economic forecast for the Arkansas Economic Development Institute in Little Rock. But that's pretty small when it comes to 1.6 million workers nationwide. I think the real significance is in the consolidation of their workforce in Bentonville and in-person working rather than remote functioning. Most of the remote workers were told they have until July to decide if they will relocate or they're going to quit their job. Now, this is certainly not scaling back in order to save the business from disaster. This is just a consolidation and a reprioritization of some of the administrative functions, he says. The new home office on J Street in Bentonville was designed as a hub for workers. It includes numerous office buildings, a fitness center, a pool, a child care facility, and a layout center. If anything, this is going to enhance the growth perspectives for the region over the next several months. relative to what it would have otherwise been. So for Bentonville, they say 29 News reached out to Walmart Tuesday morning for additional information. We're waiting to hear back, they said. Okay, I got a little memo from Pappy shortly before showtime. He said, hey, did you hear Trump's coming to town tomorrow? And I had not heard that. Wednesday is, of course, that's the off day for the court hearings there in New York, right? And that's the day that Trump's been trying to take advantage of to get out and do some fundraising or campaigning. He'll be in Indian Hill, which is just east of Cincinnati, suburb of Cincinnati, for lunch today with Senator J.D. Vance and supporters willing to pay a $50,000 a plate for lunch. What's on the menu? $50,000 a plate, $100,000 a couple. Now, Trump's visit with Vance comes amid speculation Vance could be a front runner to be the running mate with Trump. Neither the campaign nor Cincinnati area Republicans have released many details, but the Indian Hill police chief did in an emailed response to an open records request confirmed that the fundraiser will be in Indian Hill. County records show it's a 29-acre residency. Trump expected to arrive a little before 2 in the afternoon. Yeah, small Indian Hill, a community of about 6,000 people. It's the rich side of town, if you know what I mean. Known for the sprawling mansions set back on large wooded estates. It consistently ranks among the wealthiest communities in the state of Ohio and even the country, with a median income in excess of $300,000. But the invitation obtained by the USA Today Network Ohio Bureau describes it as a lunch discussion with J.D. Vance as special guest. Attendees must contribute $50,000 each or $100,000 a couple, which will go toward the Trump 47 Committee, which is a joint fundraising committee that includes Trump's campaign, the RNC, and several state Republican groups, including Ohio's. Okay, it is 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Ex-Trump lawyer Michael Cohen admitted in court Tuesday that he directed Stormy Daniels' lawyer to lie about her alleged sexual encounter with the former president. Cohen testified in New York that he instructed her ex-lawyer to deny the hush money payment to the adult film actress when questioned by the Wall Street Journal. President Biden announced a significant increase in tariffs on Chinese imports, including electric vehicles, semiconductors, and other products.
For years, the Chinese government has poured state money into Chinese companies across a whole range of industries: steel and aluminum, semiconductors, electric vehicles, solar panels, the industries of the future.
Biden said that the tariffs aim to address China's unfair trade practices. The UN reports that nearly 500,000 Palestinians are fleeing Rafah as Israel's military advances into the area. The UN is calling for an immediate ceasefire. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back on Hump Day. Wow, yeah, it is. It is already midweek. Time flies my mind. I'm going to reshare the link to my Facebook page, my personal page. Where we've got the Steve Summers cruise page. A couple of cabins freed up this past day. As always the case is, some folks, when you make reservations a year in advance, you never know when financial issues, health issues, what may come up between reservation time and cruise time. So a couple of cabins did free up this past day. Like I said, I'm going to reshare the link there if somebody wants to try and grab them up. I know Stephanie, our coordinator, hadn't had any cabins available in recent days. Today is also the deadline where you have to have at least $250 paid up per person. And if you don't have $250 a person on each cabin, Carnival could take your cabins back. If you've already paid more than $250 per person, you don't have to do anything till the final payment. You have to be paid in full by it's July the 12th, something like that. So just a heads up to let you know. Meanwhile, hello to Pup. How you been?
Oh, pretty good. How you doing today, Steve?
Good. What's up?
Hey, I want to say congratulations to Horsefeather being number one. And two, I got to talk to somebody we haven't got to talk to for quite a while this last week. He's going to need some prayers, and that's old Hillbilly Tex.
Oh, yeah?
I'm not going to go into specifics, but as far as, and 99% of the time I agree with Eagle, but out of 30-some years of driving, I've never had any trouble with the DOT checks. I kind of like it. Get the unsafe stuff off the road.
Well,
but then to go back to...
that's supposed to be the idea is, I mean, if you've got an out-of-service violation, I mean, I know undoubtedly we're going to see some photographs shared by DOT out there of equipment that has no business being on the road. Now, not everybody is in that, in that condition or whatever. And I kind of get Cue Ball's point where he last week highlighted that if they want to find an issue, they're going to find something to hit you with. But I don't know. So, I mean, there's a reason a lot of drivers.
Most of the time, they're pretty decent.
Okay.
I mean, it's just like if Pappy would pull somebody over for speeding. You show them a little respect, and they'll show you some respect right back. And I've never, ever had a trouble. But go on what you was probably out having a smoke break. But that Chuck Schumer on that news break was talking about we need to get together and do something. Well, he's been sitting on HR2 for over a year.
Exactly.
And that would have solidified everything that Donald Trump did.
Yep.
So, and I know, what else do I have written down here? They, because of Joe putting those tariffs on China, they canceled quite a few metric tons of wheat. They're going to end up getting it off of Russia, which isn't no big deal because Russia's selling their wheat pennies on the dollar right now. So. But as far as our friends in Israel, they better realize, and Israel is paying for everything that they get. But also, Israel also is under a deal with us that, like if we sell them a fighter jet or something, and they come up with a way to improve it and stuff, they share that technology with us. So they better be careful on what they're doing over there. And now to the big one. I'm a little bit confused. Did I hear you say earlier that old Son Dunce was mad about the per diem?
Yeah, because I don't know how many drivers were unable to claim the per diem anymore. That changed when with the tax changes under Trump. I do recall that. I think company drivers can claim it now, but what if you're a 1099 employee or something? You can't. I don't know exactly how that worked, but
yes, if you're a W-2 employee, you cannot take the per diem.
Okay, so I had to.
But if you're a 1099. Which is a independent owner-operator, or you have your own business and stuff, you can.
Okay.
But the thing of it is he keeps saying he's an owner-operator, then he's a company driver. But if you look at the tax cuts and everything, and if he was smart enough to refinance his house during the pandemic and stuff, you can't, like if you're a married couple, you automatically get $24,000 off, and there's no way in the world in between your mortgage interest and the per diem that you can come up with that kind of money, unless you're an owner operator, like
Well, there's
like if guys need to buy tires or their oil changes and all that, that's all tax write-offs
right.
and stuff. But those were just little points I was going to bring up to you. But that really upset me that 2 o'clock at the top of the hour. Chuck Schumer's been sitting on that HR too, but he's, like you just said, it was an election year, so he's just up there flapping his gums.
Correct.
Other than that, Steve, you have a safe, good night, and we'll talk at you later.
Thank you much, pup. Yeah, well, we know the idea. They have no desire whatsoever to go back to the Trump-era policies. The Remain in Mexico and all. What was the Democrat plan? What was their proposal? Was allowing 5,000 Mexicans per day to enter before they shut things down. I mean, it was a complete joke of what they had proposed, and they had tried to tie that to the Ukraine-Israel legislation for those several months before Speaker Johnson actually capitulated and kind of gave in to him and allowed him to vote on Ukraine and Israel separately. Of course, nothing for our own border. So Chuck's just doing his typical talk the talk. Nothing will be done. But it's 844-844-3388. Gilligan joins us on a Hump Day. Hey there.
Hey there, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. I want to agree with Pup, I think, on everything he actually said, but that's not unusual. Pup's usually right on target. I spoke the other night about the DOT checks and the fact if they're looking for something, I agree with Q-Ball and Eagle on that, they will find something. But Pup is dead on about, yes, at times they dick pick, but can you imagine what kind of junk was running up and down the road today if they wasn't out there? My dad started driving, I think 66 or 7. Now, he run for a local LTL company, driving straight truck, called Wilson Trucking. Well, unfortunately, he drank pretty heavily and got DUI in the 70s, and when he went back out on the road, he was driving pretty much some of the biggest pieces of junk of trucks that was up and down. It was running up and down the road there through the 80s, so he finally come off the road in 88. Now, I remember when I graduated high school, my dad telling me, he said, "Chris, I don't care what you do, as long as you don't become a truck driver." Kind of funny because not long after his death, he knew I was going to go drive a truck anyway. He just told me, "Don't ever drive junk." But a year after he passed, I went to truck driving school. Not even a year. I remember him telling me a story. Now, he was driving a 72 cab over white, and I'm pretty sure this is the truck he was driving at this time because he drove that truck for a few years. Now, that 72 cab over white was not much of a truck when they drove it off the lot new, let alone the mid to late 80s. They had a DOT check up in West Virginia at the rest area. They pulled him in there, and the DOT man walked up and says, "You tell Larson to get this to get the stuff worked on that, to get the stuff fixed on this truck.
Mm-hmm.
It would take me 2 days to write up everything's wrong with it. Now get out of here." Badger, "Yes, sir, yes, sir," and took off. That was the kind of stuff that I remember as a kid in the early 20s running up and down the road. There was a lot of it. There was a lot of these old companies. Like Pup brought up, I've seen the Ohio DOT put some videos up. I've seen the brake canisters not even attached. You work the brakes so the canister's moving up and down instead of the arm and stuff like that. It's just amazing the stuff that is out there. Now, like I say, they will find something more than likely if they want to. Like I said, with my Twisted Airline, which, hey, technically they got me, but who pulls the springs back and inspects that airline? And the thing is, you couldn't even hardly see the twist in it. That's how slight it was. Now, a couple other things I want to touch on. isn't it kind of funny that now that the Democrats are screaming we need tariffs on China, but back during Trump's administration, he tried to pass them, and they were screaming how it was going to cause a trade war.
Yep.
I mean, now that they're supporting it, it's a whole different story. I mean, it's I don't know. I'm with horse feathers. These darn cars coming from China for $12,000. That's got to be the modern day Yugo. Them suckers left about 40,000, and then that was the end of them. I mean, they was just pure junk. Now, around that same time, Ford introduced what they called a Festiva. Now, I don't know whether you remember them or not.
Oh, yeah.
But they run there about 7 years. Now, they were good little cars, and they was replaced with the Aspire. I had one of each. They were Kia Motor Company. They was made by Kia Motor Company for Ford Motor Company. And them little suckers, I've seen them 300,000. And the reason why they had to junk them because they've rotted out so much that the body was just going. You know, they were decent little cars, and a lot of people confused the two. In fact, Sundance brought up about how Red Lobster's coming out of is closing up so many of the restaurants. Steve, my wonderful neighbor, give me a gift card of $100 to Red Lobster. Me and my wife went over there. That was Christmas time. About a month later, we decided we'd go to Red Lobster. That bill was over $80.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't order that expensive stuff on the menu. I mean, I did order lobster, but it was lobster meat in noodles. You know, it was nothing like I ordered 3 lobster tails. We didn't order any mixed drinks. We both either got coffee or soda. Neither one of us is a very big drinker, you know. And we just a basic meal that cost $80. And to be honest, I was very disappointed in it. She got shrimp, and she didn't get all you could eat. She got, I think it was 3 of the little bowls of them, which worked out to be about 15 shrimp. You know, Red Lobster, and I was very disappointed. The quality has went down too. I was very disappointed. There's Red Lobster there in Winchester, Virginia, where we go. Now, I'm telling you what, Schumer cracks me up. This deal with the border. Now we need border security. You know, I'm just reiterating what other people are saying, really. But they've been screaming about that. You know, that the wall. You know, that's xenophobic or whatever. They're racist to put up a wall. We need to build bridges instead of walls. You remember that term? Build bridges instead of walls and all this crap. Isn't it amazing how they twist everything when it comes to election time? Now, Horse Feathers was talking about the primary election in Maryland yesterday. Well, West Virginia had the primary election. Now, West Virginia has turned into a very deep red state. Years ago, when the coal mines were in full going, of course, they was a very strong Democrat stronghold. You know how many votes that Joe Biden got in that primary? About 67,761. 70% of the Democrat vote, right? Trump's got 198,436. Think about that. Almost 3 times as many votes. Nikki Haley only got 21,000 votes. And I am proud to see that Jim Justice did win the primary for Senate, and I'm hoping he'll be representing West Virginia come this year. I'm a big supporter of Jim Justice. He's done a lot of good things for the state of West Virginia. He's down to earth. He just tells it like it is. It's been a long time since I've been proud of a West Virginia governor / now soon to be senator. I'm hoping, you know, he's done a lot for the state of West Virginia. Now, the last thing I'm going to touch on Eagle brought up 7-Eleven. Now, I only worked for 7-Eleven for about 3 months. My mom was the manager of a local 7-Eleven store, and I worked for her. Now, my mom was a manager for 7-Eleven for about 15 years. Those that remember the old Haas dairy stores, that's where she started. Then Southland, the owners of 7-Eleven, bought Haas out in about 90 or 91. Now, a lot of people don't realize this. Most 7-Elevens today, I don't know if it's all of them, are franchise stores, much like McDonald's, Burger King, the restaurants, Wendy's, whatever. That's a franchise. That's not owned by the company. The 7-Elevens are like that. There's a 7-Eleven that me and my wife frequent. We've gotten to know the employees pretty well, the regulars, and stuff. Go in and get our coffee and stuff. And the owner of it has had to sell 2 of his stores off because he's losing money. And I don't know how long this one's going to last, because Horse Feathers has brought this company up, and they have a big stronghold in our area. They built a Sheets just about, I think they completed it maybe 6 months ago, catty corner to it. The manager of that 7-Eleven told me the first month that Sheets was in there, they lost 40% of their sales, and they're still down by over 20%. 7-Eleven has been facing some stiff competition. Now, yes, they have expanded their food choices and stuff like that, but it's still, they haven't expanded like Sheets has. Wawa, we've got 2 Wawas coming up. It used to be Wawa wasn't that far east. They had a deal with Sheets. They didn't go to Western Virginia, and Sheets didn't go to Eastern Virginia on the other side of Blue Ridge. But now Wawa's moving into the area. And that's another chain. I believe it's a Pennsylvania-based chain, and they've got a big stronghold. But Eagle, it's 7-Eleven. I mean, I go to 7-Eleven on a regular basis, but it's usually just for a cup of coffee, and because I know the people, I'm usually free because I take my own cup, and they've never really kept up. A lot of people, I'm sure, other chains is how the food choices, the grab and go food choices. I know that's a term for one of the companies, I mean, that's just it. They just haven't kept up with the times, and the gas pumps, they're not very competitive for that matter. Their price on their gas is not that good either. Well, Steve, that's about all I got for tonight, and I appreciate you taking my call, and I hope everybody has a safe ride.
Very good. Gilligan, thank you. Thank you for chiming in. Have a good morning. Be safe out there. Well, we knew when the Port of Baltimore essentially shut down with the bridge collapse, right? They're gradually beginning to move some of the smaller vessels in. Now, if they can get the dolly moved, they'll be getting closer to normal operations here, probably in fairly short order. We knew somebody was going to benefit greatly. There's several other ports along the East Coast. The data coming in from the supply chain platform GoComet, tracking the shifts on the East Coast shipping, says Norfolk, Virginia, gained the most incoming ships on average since that bridge collapse. The CEO of GoComet noted to FreightWaves, the company's platform records a ship when it goes to Anchorage, so a ship that got inside the port of the harbor delineated by the bridge just before it collapsed might need a few days to get to Anchorage when it would be recorded by GoComet as having made a port of call in Baltimore. That's backed up by the individual data, day by day, that shows Baltimore receiving 36 ships on March the 26th, followed by 28, 9, then 4 before dropping to 0. According to GoComet, the 15-day average in Norfolk didn't start to rise until April the 15th. From the 26th of March and April the 8th, it stayed mostly between 123 and 125 port calls. Then it actually dropped to 113 to 116 through April the 14th before it started going up. The jump in port calls in Norfolk was from 120 on the 15th of April to 167 on April 28, down to 160 May the 4th, and back to 150 on May the 6th. That's the most recent data from Go Comet. You know, what sticks out about the Norfolk data is other ports that were potentially going to see a rise in traffic as a result of that closure in Baltimore. Nobody else really saw any big differential. For whatever reason, everything went to Norfolk. Okay, news break about a minute away. We'll come back. Pappy's on board. Eagle wants to finish his call. Knucklebuster, and looks like Sundance wants to chime back in as well. And room for you at 844-844-3388. More on electric vehicles in our next hour as we head up to the midnight hour on the West Coast there. Several weeks ago, we had shared Ford and their attempt, Ford Motor Company, their attempt to electrify their revenue through electric vehicle production has been what they're referring to now as a swing and a miss. In response to the decreased market for electric vehicles, they've actually begun cutting orders from battery suppliers. And we'll get the latest from Bloomberg on what's happening there. All these EV, gung-ho for EV. The reality check is kind of shutting in around the country. The demand just doesn't exist. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. During his testimony, Michael Cohen revealed that he wore a T-shirt depicting Donald Trump behind bars on his TikTok show. While being cross-examined on Tuesday, Trump's former lawyer confirmed that he has been selling the shirt along with other anti-Trump merchandise during the hush money trial. Earlier, Cohen testified that he paid adult film star Stormy Daniels $130,000 at Trump's instruction to keep silent about an alleged 2006 sexual encounter with the former president. President Biden announced a significant increase in tariffs on Chinese imports, including electric vehicles, semiconductors, and other products.
For years, the Chinese government has poured state money into Chinese companies across a whole range of industries. steel and aluminum, semiconductors, electric vehicles, solar panels. The industries of the future.
Speaking from the White House, Biden said the tariffs aim to address China's unfair trade practices. The goal is to create a fairer playing field in sectors where the administration has made substantial investments. Recent data indicates that inflation continues to remain stubbornly high. The Labor Department reported a 0.5% increase in the Producer Price Index last month, nearly double what economists had anticipated. The wholesale prices are a crucial measure of inflation and come just before Wednesday's release of the Consumer Price Index. Senate Democrats are pushing to resurrect a bipartisan border deal that collapsed in February. Tuesday, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer urged his Republican counterparts to join negotiations and pass a bill to bolster security along the U.S.-Mexico border.
We're not walking away from trying to resolve the problems at the border. We hope Republicans will change course and join us. Instead of just making a lot of speeches, pointing a lot of fingers, blame, 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 let's get something done.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The UN reports that nearly 500,000 Palestinians are fleeing Rafah as Israel's military advances into the area. The UN is calling for an immediate ceasefire. Israel states it's targeting Rafah to eliminate Hamas once and for all. The U.S. has warned of withholding further arms shipments to Israel if it launches a full-scale invasion of the Gaza city. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell indicated that interest rates are unlikely to decrease anytime soon. Speaking at the Foreign Bankers Association in Amsterdam on Tuesday, Powell stated that inflation readings are higher than anticipated and the Fed needs to remain patient until they decrease. He also mentioned that a rate hike based on current data is unlikely. Federal authorities have initiated an investigation into issues surrounding Waymo's self-driving cars. San Francisco Fire Chief Janine Nicholson has expressed worries about autonomous vehicles hindering emergency responders.
We are the last line of defense for most people. Seconds matter. If it takes us a minute to go around the block because there's a vehicle in the way, that puts the people in that building more at risk.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has confirmed that their inquiry focuses on 22 incidents involving Waymo vehicles, including crashes and potential traffic violations. And TikTok content creators from 8 states have come together to sue the U.S. government over its attempt to ban the TikTok app in the U.S. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy
economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you say? For our friends on the West Coast, welcome into a Wednesday as you cross over the midnight hour there. Trust your week's going well. I did see, I think Roy or Roy, Shorty, somebody sent me a link that in the state of Ohio, the Secretary of State has ordered the state's voter rolls to be purged of non-citizens. After a review found more than 100 residents were registered to vote despite lacking U.S. citizenship. Investigation by the Public Integrity Division analyzed data from the State Bureau of Motor Vehicles and found 137 people who appeared on voter rolls despite twice confirming they are not U.S. citizens. Now, a law in Ohio requires, in order for a person to be removed from the voter rolls, they must have confirmed their lack of citizenship to the BMV and also have updated their voter registration or voted in between those two occasions. They have to notify them twice. Why? That I don't know. These individuals will receive at least 2 written notices from the Secretary of State's office asking them to confirm their citizenship status or cancel their registration. Failure to respond to these notices will result in removal of the registration from the voter rolls by the Board of Elections. Now, the improper voter registration could result in prosecution for some, but LaRose cautioned that not all instances are criminal. You got to recognize some of these registrations may be an honest mistake. They may be well-meaning people trying to pursue the American dream, and maybe communication barriers sometimes result in a registration form being submitted in error. We got to help them get that cleared up before an accidental registration becomes an illegal voting scenario that could result in a felony conviction or even deportation. Now, I said there may be more non-citizens registered to vote than the initial investigation uncovered. Much of the data provided by the BMV requires cross-referencing with other databases, some of which are federal. To that effect, the state of Ohio is calling on the Biden administration to provide access to several sources of citizenship data. First is the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services SAVE database, which holds troves of citizenship data for individuals that are entering the country. And I guess, well, there's who knows how many millions potentially that could find themselves even accidentally on those rolls. But morning, Pappy.
Hey, Steve, you got $50,000 laying around?
I don't think I could afford that lunch there.
You know, that would probably be like a $500 steak dinner for us. You know. 50 G's, baby.
Yep.
Hey, Steve, I was at this dude's house several years ago. He was having a fundraiser. Steve, I think it was for the governor. I can't remember. I can't even remember who owns this property. And even if I knew, Steve, I wouldn't tell you over the air.
Well,
But,
the name of
I
the
don't
couple, the name of the couple was in the story, and even the address. And I didn't share that because I said,
Was it really?
Yes, they had their name and the actual address, the street address where they're going to be. I'm thinking, what the hell? That was in the Cincinnati Enquirer.
Jeez, I wouldn't have thunk of that. It wasn't Carl Linder. I don't.
No,
think
it wasn't Linder.
Don't
No.
think-
Mm-mm.
Yeah, but Steve, I've been there. It was several years before the Trump year. So he had a fundraiser. Man, what a layout! And Steve, I mean, sometimes when you think people that got this kind of money, right, Steve, they couldn't have treated us any better, man. I mean, the owner of this property literally came over to the bomb truck, shook everybody's hands, thanked us for being there. The caterers kept coming over and giving us all this food and drinks, and couldn't have been nicer, man. I mean, and this dude seemed down to earth, not some rich snob like you would think.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, with FOTUS coming in, former president, it's not going to be the big motorcade, but he's going to have a motorcade, and they were asking for some officers to assist. And unfortunately, the briefing's at 09:30, Steve, and I got to work tonight, so I kind of passed on it. I don't know. There's a sergeant coming on day shift. He's on the bomb squad. If I can get away without having to go to the briefing and just maybe go out there and assist him with a couple sweeps or something, I don't know. I might, depending on what time. I don't know.
Yeah.
My beauty sleep is more important at this point in life. Right. But, man, Steve, have you seen any of the video of these Trump rallies?
I saw some of the in New Jersey. Surprising. I think the story I read said like 40,000 plus were there last Saturday in New Jersey.
Steve, man, he's packing the houses in like always. And I know Sundance made a comment a couple shows ago that Trump will not be president.
Yes. Don't get your hopes up.
Well, listen, Steve, I mean, even back in 2020, man, man's not even in town. And they're having these Trump route, not really a route, where are they driving around like the 275 loop? You know what I mean?
Yeah, the convoys, parades and convoys. Yes.
Yes. Man, Bongino showed Biden showing up. There's like, I don't know, a couple hundred people there. 50 of them are protesters outside. Steve, you can't tell me. And listen, they even showed the percentage of voters going towards Trump, especially the African American voters and the Hispanic voters, are moving away from Biden and going to Trump. I think the only way that they could win this thing is to cheat and steal, so we got to get out and vote to counter-react all that. Still, Steve, it still remains to be seen if Biden's going to be on the ticket. It's just, I don't think so. It's everybody's starting to think they're going to give him the can. There's just no way this man's going to be able to beat Trump, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Hold on, I got to text my lieutenant back. trying to call me, but I'm on the other line with Mr. Summers. Hey, I want you to ask Sundance too, since he's on hold. I want to know what crime Trump committed that he's on trial for, references payment to Stormy. Because what they are saying, Steve, is that this payment to Stormy was inference to another crime committed. But they're not saying what that crime was or is. They actually are not saying and have not produced anything in court. And a reminder that the Federal Election Commission found no evidence to try to go after Trump for any kind of election meddling or anything. And the DOJ found no evidence and refused to prosecute him. And Steve, believe you me, if they thought they had anything on Trump.
And we're talking the same, or the Biden DOJ.
Yes. And remind him also that the Republicans and the Democrat swamp rats have a slush fund set up with taxpayers' money to pay off the little bimbos that like to get congressmen and senators in situations, let's say, where they probably shouldn't be in. Pay that lady off with taxpayer money. Shut her up. Steve, remember me telling you a while back that once you get into Congress or become a senator or whatever, high up in the government, whatever, what's the CIA do? They set your ass up to blackmail you if they need to in the future. They will get that young lady to seduce you, get you to do something to compromise your morals so they can hang that over your head. You will vote this way, or something might just get leaked out. I don't know. Ask him what crime was committed. I mean, I'd like to know, because he's all in on going after Trump. And here's another thing, Steve. They've been trying for 8 years now to bury this man under some jail, prison. How old is he? 78, 76? How old is he?
I think 76 right now, I believe.
So you mean to tell me that his whole life and his whole career with all his businesses, they had nothing on this man, Steve? Nothing. Because if they had it, they got to make up stuff and conjure stuff up.
Correct.
Ask Mr. Sundance again, sir, with all due respect, who's going to save this country? Another politician from D.C.? I don't think so. I'll say it again. We said it 1,000 times. He's not a politician. He might, technically, you might say, well, he's been the president, so he's a politician. But the man's not a politician. And he knew how corrupt they were, all the shenanigans they were up to, because he played the game. He knew how to get some things done in D.C. if he needed to. and some of his debates with Hillary Clinton, all that stuff that came out. So, I don't know, Steve. We should not be spending one more dime. I don't care. No more money to Israel. I don't want to hear Lindsey Graham on Sean Hannity talking about they need 2,000-pound bombs to get down underneath us. Steve, why are we paying for it? I'm being serious here. We got a border to shut down. If we don't shut down this border, spend the necessary money that we need to shut this border down, we should not be sending any more money to anybody. Israel can pay for their own bombs, just like Ukraine. Sorry. But this country's, Steve, we are on a thread, man.
Yeah.
Number one priority is to get this border shut. And like I said, I'm afraid it's already too late. All right. That's all I got, my man.
Well, enjoy your day. Sorry you missed out on an opportunity to maybe have brushed elbows with Donald Trump, right? It is 844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I do believe Eagle wanted to come back and finish up his call. Welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah, I wanted to finish up with Donald Trump's situation with this deal going on. It's probably more than likely, Steve, that Trump, not that it means anything, he's going to probably be found guilty of these cases in New York simply because it's in New York City and they don't like him and he don't like them. If they, like I say, this judge, it's really a shame, Steve, that we live in the U.S., a country like this now, man, where they can railroad Donald Trump. Everybody else can talk except for him, Steve. This is a total embarrassment. And I'm going to repeat what I said a couple of weeks ago, when it comes to Trump. For all these people out there that are saying to themselves, it can only happen to Donald Trump, that Donald Trump is the only person they can get quiet in the court of law. Just keep on thinking that way, my man, and you'll find out that Donald Trump is not the only one when it happens to you. I promise you that. So, Steve, it's the election, like I said before, if we held the election right now, right today, Donald Trump would win in a landslide. It would be embarrassing. But the fix is on, and anybody, like I was going to say earlier, if Donald Trump loses this election, I'm already saying that and I know it's true because it happened in 2020. You could bet your last dollar that some foul play took place. There's no way that Joe Biden can compete with Donald Trump. Let's just put it this way, Steve. For Sundance and people that support Biden, I wonder if Joe Biden could have put 100,000 people on that beach over there in New Jersey last Saturday. I bet you Joe Biden, he's lucky if he could get about 1,000 people to show up to that beach over there in New Jersey, and not too far away from where he live at in Delaware. Let's do it even better. Let's go to let's just give him the home field advantage. Let's go to Delaware and hold a rally for Joe Biden in Delaware where he live at and see how many people show up. I bet you it won't be 100,000 people. So we'll just see how it turns out, Steve. But you could bet your last dollar. You could bet your last dollar when it's all said and done, Donald Trump is going to have millions and millions and millions of people lining up on November the 5th to vote for him to be president of this country. I guarantee you that. And I thank you for taking my call.
Eagle, have a good morning. Thanks for dialing us back up there. Just a couple minutes before a news break. Back to Ford. In response to the decreasing market for electric vehicles, they've started cutting orders from their battery supplies, according to Bloomberg. Even though this change-up will be, they say, beneficial in the long run, Ford will not come out of this EV experiment unscathed. Sources tell Bloomberg that Ford lost over $100,000 per electric vehicle in the first quarter of this year, more than double the deficit from last year. This news as the EV market all over the country is taking a hit in 2024. Associated Press reported last month sales of EVs only grew at 3.3% during the first quarter of this year, a sharp decrease from the 47% growth they saw last year. The EV share of total sales in the U.S. also fell year over year from 7.6% to 7.15% in the first quarter. Those declining sales numbers support some of the automakers' belief that they moved too aggressively in expanding the EV production. Given the state of the market for EVs, Ford's trying to reinvent their strategy. They've decided to reduce their spending on battery-powered models by $12 billion, according to Bloomberg. They've already forecast they will lose up to $5.5 billion from electric vehicles alone this year. According to Ford's CEO, EVs, the Model E is the main drag on the whole company right now.
USA News Update. Ex-Trump lawyer Michael Cohen admitted in court Tuesday that he directed Stormy Daniels' lawyer to lie about her alleged sexual encounter with the former president. Cohen testified in New York that he instructed her ex-lawyer to deny the hush money payment to the adult film actress when questioned by the Wall Street Journal. President Biden announced a significant increase in tariffs on Chinese imports, including electric vehicles, semiconductors, and other products.
For years, the Chinese government has poured state money into Chinese companies across a whole range of industries: steel and aluminum, semiconductors, electric vehicles, solar panels, the industries of the future.
Biden said that the tariffs aim to address China's unfair trade practices. The UN reports that nearly 500,000 Palestinians are fleeing Rafah as Israel's military advances into the area. The UN is calling for an immediate ceasefire. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back at it here. Let me see. A couple of folks checking in via the Facebook feed. Yeah, Josh says, good morning from Bangladesh. Good to have you with us, Josh. Young Colton, it's only 3:30 in the morning. You're having to get up already? Good morning from my bed. I don't want to get out of bed. How early do you start your day there, Colton? I saw your message a couple weeks ago. Yes, I have not forgot who young Colton is. And, yeah, well, we're kind of looking forward to get an update from you. We hadn't talked to you in a couple of years there. So maybe once the school year ends, which I know that Yeah, a lot of schools are kind of winding down. I think Debbie there in Indiana only has maybe 1 week to go. So there you go. We'll look forward to hearing from you there some point there, young Colton. All right, it is 844-3388. Rick, up and at 'em in Columbus. Okay, a couple other just trying to chatting back and forth there. So get back to Knucklebuster. Been hanging in there. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Thanks. Wait, if you're going westbound on 4th, I got your flashing lights out there telling everybody to bypass the chicken house. But if you're going eastbound like me, and you're going into New Mexico, the port of entry is open, and they are pulling people around back, doing all of that stuff there. But they did give me a green light to keep trucking so on my free pass, so I just went right on by and waved at them when I went there. Well, if I had a choice between Bentonville, Arkansas, Hoboken, New Jersey, and Northern California, I'd choose Bentonville, Arkansas any day of the week there, Steve. That's not a bad little old town up there. Even though Wally World's headquartered up there, and then you got Chickendale right down the road, or Springdale, Arkansas. So that's home of Tyson Foods. Red Lobster, I care less if they go out of business. Tennessee and I don't even go down there and eat their food. We go to a place called Great Hunter Crab. Now, most of the time when we go in there, I'm the only white boy in there, so, but that's okay. I like black people too, Rick. And 7-Elevens, old Glenn Beck, when he first started out in the radio, he used to call them 7-Elevens there and play a game with them called Moron Trivia. So, but he's gotten too big for all that mess now. So, anyway, but he used to be real funny back in the day, but he's gotten real serious with all that mess now. So, but that's all my bull on it for this go around there. It's getting pretty close to top of the hour. No, wait a minute. Bottom of the hour.
Yeah, we just came out of the news break there.
The news break in there.
Well, we just did our news break. We're clear to go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. That shows you I've been up all day then, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so. Anyway, I don't have any more scale houses to go through until I get all the way over into Oklahoma. And I know I take care of business for them, so I'll probably get a green light over there. And then Arkansas, I'll have to go see Goldilocks because they're pretty bad about pulling people in and bending them over that fuel tank there. So we'll call you in that lonely hour if I get a chance.
Very good. All right. Safe travels. Thanks for the heads up there. See you. So depends on where you are around the country. Some folks are. Road check is in full swing. Yeah. Supposedly during this 72-hour period, 9 trucks or buses are somewhere in the country checked every minute. It's supposed to be a very busy time out there. All right. Well, there he is. Sundance. Take 2.
Hey, take 2. All right. To answer Pappy off top of the top, this could be campaign finance law breaking, because he tried, like I said the other day, he tried to squash a story that could eventually lead people not to vote for him. And that's why he wanted the story dealt with. I mean, he'd already paid the other girl. Well, I mean, he committed adultery. I mean, if you're a Christian, you should be upset with that part.
Yeah, well, I mean,
God's law don't mean nothing.
In this day and age, that ain't going to mean a thing. Yeah,
right, exactly. God's law don't mean nothing.
Pappy suggested to me he suggested if you can come up with a crime, you need to call CNN and MSNBC because all of their commentators are asking the same question. No one, they haven't come up with what the crime is. But somehow
Common Cause filed this. Okay, well, Common Cause filed this complaint in 2018 against Donald Trump. They went to a grand jury. It's not like the Democrats are doing this. These are people on a jury. This is our justice system at work.
No, the justice.
There's been a complaint.
No, did you not hear Pappy explain to you a few minutes ago that the state of New York could not come up with anything that said there's nothing here to see? The federal government looked at the DOJ, Biden's DOJ, looked at it and said, "There's nothing to see here. There's nothing to try. There's no crime committed." The Alvin Bragg is the one that's doing this. It's Alvin Bragg who picked out a Trump-hating judge. The judge's daughter, Sundance, the judge's daughter was a part of the individuals trying to get Donald Trump taken off the ballot in the state of Colorado. She's a big fundraiser for the Democrats. They've given to Joe Biden's campaign. It's all about political bias. There is no case there, Sundance.
Okay. All right. Hold on. All right. There's no case there. We'll just see what happens. All right. So can you look up what the marriage deduction was for a couple in 2016? I couldn't find it trying to drive down the road. So if you could look that up to get back to Carl's thing. But see, Carl doesn't understand I was a lease operator. Okay. My deduction was $100 a day. All right. Company drivers was $67 a day. Okay. Mine went down to 67. Theirs went totally away. Okay. So if you were gone from your house, and let's just round it down to 60. If you were gone from your house 300 days that year, that's $18,000 that you do not have to produce one receipt, and you got to write off the taxes on that $18,000 if you spend it or not. But if you're in a 20% tax bracket, you had to pay $4,000 extra in taxes because of that right there. Okay, that's number two.
Yeah.
Number three is we also lost. I did personally, and everybody else I think did too. If you own a home, you could no longer deduct your mortgage interest on that year, which was $18,000 for my interest on 1 year that I have to pay taxes on now. Trump also let the banks loan out 100% of their money. They don't have to keep 10% in reserve like they did before, which helps with the inflation, because when you put more money into the system, and the banks didn't have to keep $1 in the bank. They used to have to keep 10%. He changed that. He also did a $1.7 trillion tax cut for the rich that puts us even further in debt. I mean, we can go on and on. It's nothing personal.
It is absolutely personal with you, Sundance. Let me ask you the beggar question. Are you better off today than you were on Donald Trump?
Let me get back to
No. That's a simple yes or no question. Come on. Are you better off today under Joe Biden than you were under Donald Trump? Are you better off?
What does that mean? What do you think? Financially?
Is this country better off as a whole? Do you have a problem with the open border? Do you have a problem with inflation? Do you have a problem with the leadership we have right now? All right, then why are you supporting it?
Yes, I do.
Why are you supporting it?
I don't. Did you ever hear me say Joe Biden? No, I've always said RFK Jr. I don't know why y'all keep thinking I'm a Biden supporter. I didn't vote for the jackass.
Well, okay. Because, all right, if you're going to be, you have a little bit of common sense, I think, right? You do realize RFK Jr. will not be president. It will be Joe Biden or Donald Trump. It's not going to be RFK no matter what you want to dream or wish of. So you're going to be making a choice come election day. You can vote for RFK. That's fine. I don't know if that'll help Biden or Trump. But you're not going to be. Are you going to vote for Trump or Biden or RFK?
What difference does it make if I vote for the man that I want to vote for?
Well,
helps. It doesn't matter. I'm voting for who I give. Who's in my heart is better for this country than the two jackasses that are up there.
And you will
I would vote for Steve Summers for president before I vote for Trump.
I understand. So you're trying to say you stand up for your morals, but as much as you like to stand up for it, it's not going to matter come the end of the day. You're not going to get the man you think should be president. It's not going to happen. You just have to face the reality. I've had this discussion with others. Yeah, I know. I think Sylvester was one that said, "I will not vote for this person. I will not." You're throwing your vote away. It's a vote that's going to go for one of the two that's going to make it. These people are out there hell bent and determined. I know. I see a few RFK Jr. signs in my town. What's he polling at? How many states is he even on the ballot in? He's really just he's playing the spoiler. And then when you've got the likes of the communists and the socialists, they always run somebody, and there are communists amongst us. There are going to be people that are going to vote for Jill Stein. You're going to have to make a choice. If you really want to make a difference, it's either going to be you're going to cast a vote for the Democrat Party or the Republican Party. I mean, that's just the sheer reality of it. You just got to wake up. You can bitch about Trump all you want, but I ask the question, are you better off now? Is the country better off now? Do you want this country to continue down the path it's been led for the last 4 years? As you and other Biden supporters try to blame this economy and what's going on at our border, you still, after almost 4 years, are trying to blame it on Donald Trump. Absolutely delusional.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by
We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
I'm going to get back and finish up with the update from Ford this past day. They're taking several steps to try and remain competitive with Tesla at this point in time. We've seen prices coming down quite dramatically. That's why we haven't been able to keep up from a cost reduction standpoint. We're targeting to take out as much cost this year as we can on the Model E And all in the spirit of driving toward that contribution margin positive. Now, they've shifted their focus toward producing smaller, more affordable electric vehicles. They're fast-tracking the release of new EV models expected to debut in the 2026 model year. They'll start at like 25 grand. I said we expect these new EVs will be able to turn a profit in their first year. If all goes to plan, the price-cutting move could serve to make Ford one of the bigger players in the EV market. Despite all that optimism for the future, Ford's present serves as a cautionary tale of the pitfalls of trying to jump the market. You know, when they announced 2 years ago they were splitting their business into two divisions, with the Model E division focused on EVs and the Ford Blue division focused on the internal combustion engine. They envisioned that was on the verge of something great. The Model E will be Ford's center of innovation and growth. A team of the world's best software, electrical, and automotive talent turned loose to create a truly incredible electric vehicle. Digital experiences for the new generation. Now, whether they were trying at the time to win over the climate crowd, the climate conscious, the greenies, the world's coming to an enders, or was it maybe executives? They thought it was in their best interest. The Model E experiment has been thus far a complete failure. Simply put, the EV demand is not enough for traditional automakers to justify shifting their production from gas-powered to electric. And up until the recent decision to cut prices, their electric vehicle offerings have been quite pricey. They list their electric version of the classic Mustang, which is the Mustang Mach-E, starting base price just under 40 grand. Cheapest version of their electric pickup truck, the F-150 Lightning, starts at a whopping 63 grand. Yeah, by comparison, the traditional F-150 starts at starting price just under $37,000. It's not just the price, of course, as we've known, that you have to stress over. The batteries tend to cause issues. Their size, their weight. The heavier the batteries are, the more quickly they're going to wear the car down. More frequent mechanical problems. The high cost of repairs. And the sheer fact that the world is designed to cater to gas-powered vehicles. Is anybody really shocked the EV market hasn't taken over? They just cannot compete on a grand enough scale with the gas-powered alternatives. Yeah, for companies like Ford to justify shifting so much capital into their production, and no matter how hard some environmentalists push to get rid of gas-powered vehicles, this news from Ford shows they are not going away anytime soon. Which brings back the question, what was Ford's rationale behind devoting half their company to electric vehicle production? If they thought the EV market was going to take off in just a few years and saw that most of their sales would be generated by such at this point, somewhere down the line there was a serious error in judgment, and that they should definitely go back to the drawing board when it comes to the electric vehicle strategy. With that, let me get back to the calls here. Hump Day coming on. Is that Brett we have on the line? Good morning, Brett.
Hey, what's up, Steve? I want to talk to you today about something that the government put out a while ago that I think got kind of brushed under the rug a little bit. They kind of came out and I want kind of your thoughts on that.
Okay, you kind of were breaking up right when you got to the point. They came out with what did they come out with?
Well, they basically said there were a bunch of UFOs that were spotted all across the country. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I've seen those reports, and yeah, they've got a government agency set up. They got their own UFO division now. Or I guess they call it UAPs, but I think there might be something out there, Brett. In this grand scheme of a universe, we can't be the only ones here, I don't believe.
Well, I'm thinking it's got to be China.
You mean somebody's ahead of us with their technology?
I mean, somebody's trying to spy on us. They're using those UAPs to get to us. Something like China or Russia.
Well, that's a distinct possibility, Brett. We know they sent a big old balloon over the U.S. last year. That was a far cry from some sort of a technology. What they're seeing, things that can physically do things that no country in the world has the ability to do. A vehicle that can go from right to left to right on a dime, on an instant. It's just some things we're seeing that defies the law of physics that we, at least our human brains, can understand. But all right, Brett, thanks for the call there. What do we got? About a minute before news breaks. So what we got coming up here? Several on the line. I'm not. I know. Is that Bobby or Daryl? Maybe it's Daryl. I think he was a first-time caller here back on the early days of May. And we'll have to find out because our automated system doesn't seem to understand voices this morning. All right, meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388 if you want to jump on board for that final hour, which is coming up here. Quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. It's called Sta-Bil Storage. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Whatever you're going to be storing, store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. During his testimony, Michael Cohen revealed that he wore a T-shirt depicting Donald Trump behind bars on his TikTok show. While being cross-examined on Tuesday, Trump's former lawyer confirmed that he has been selling the shirt along with other anti-Trump merchandise during the hush money trial. Earlier, Cohen testified that he paid adult film star Stormy Daniels $130,000 at Trump's instruction to keep silent about an alleged 2006 sexual encounter with the former president. President Biden announced a significant increase in tariffs on Chinese imports, including electric vehicles, semiconductors, and other products.
For years, the Chinese government has poured state money into Chinese companies across a whole range of industries: steel and aluminum, semiconductors, electric vehicles, solar panels. The industries of the future.
Speaking from the White House, Biden said the tariffs aim to address China's unfair trade practices. The goal is to create a fairer playing field in sectors where the administration has made substantial investments. Recent data indicates that inflation continues to remain stubbornly high. The Labor Department reported a 0.5% increase in the Producer Price Index last month, nearly double what economists had anticipated. The wholesale prices are a crucial measure of inflation and come just before Wednesday's release of the Consumer Price Index. Senate Democrats are pushing to resurrect a bipartisan border deal that collapsed in February. Tuesday, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer urged his Republican counterparts to join negotiations and pass a bill to bolster security along the U.S.-Mexico border.
We're not walking away from trying to resolve the problems at the border. We hope Republicans will change course and join us. Instead of just making a lot of speeches, pointing a lot of fingers, blame, 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 let's get something done.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
The UN reports that nearly 500,000 Palestinians are fleeing Rafah as Israel's military advances into the area. The UN is calling for an immediate ceasefire. Israel states it's targeting Rafah to eliminate Hamas once and for all. The U.S. has warned of withholding further arms shipments to Israel if it launches a full-scale invasion of the Gaza city. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell indicated that interest rates are unlikely to decrease anytime soon. Speaking at the Foreign Bankers Association in Amsterdam on Tuesday, Powell stated that inflation readings are higher than anticipated and the Fed needs to remain patient until they decrease. He also mentioned that a rate hike based on current data is unlikely. Federal authorities have initiated an investigation into issues surrounding Waymo's self-driving cars. San Francisco Fire Chief Janine Nicholson has expressed worries about autonomous vehicles hindering emergency responders.
We are the last line of defense for most people. Seconds matter. If it takes us a minute to go around the block because there's a vehicle in the way, that puts the people in that building more at risk.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has confirmed that their inquiry focuses on 22 incidents involving Waymo vehicles, including crashes and potential traffic violations. And TikTok content creators from 8 states have come together to sue the U.S. government over its attempt to ban the TikTok app in the U.S. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, final hour. What do you say? It's 844-844-3388. We have another scenario where, well, if you're a pizza delivery person in this day and age, I'm all but certain most all the pizza joints tell their drivers you're not allowed to carry a firearm. But in many cases, the same is said by many companies that hire truck drivers. Most of the big companies say you're not allowed to have a firearm in your truck. Although there is no law that bans carrying a weapon in a commercial vehicle. That's a misnomer that exists to this day. But many truck drivers, they ain't going to drive for anybody without a way of protecting themselves. And this appears to be the case for a pizza delivery man in Texas. Said he shot and killed a man who was trying to rob him. But the victim's family is trying to cast doubt on his story. Police said the man tried to deliver a pizza at a residence, Yellowstone Boulevard, about 11 p.m. when he got into an altercation with a customer. Ultimately, shot and killed the man. When police responded, the delivery man told them he had been accosted by two men, one who had a gun. They were trying to rob me. The other guy ran away after his companion was shot. Only God got the last answer. We're not sure how the pizza delivery went so wrong that somebody ended up getting shot, according to Houston police. But that's what we're investigating right now. The delivery man, ultimately uninjured, while police would not identify the man who was killed, a man named Amir White told WTHR that it was his brother, identified him as a 21-year-old Araya White. They said he was the pizza delivery guy, but we don't have a receipt that he was buying a pizza, said Amir. If you were a pizza delivery guy, why were you armed? Well, now, contrary to his comment, police appeared to confirm to reporters they had confirmed the delivery of a pizza. The driver is cooperating, speaking with investigators about this incident. There were witnesses who saw parts of what happened. There was a pizza delivery. They did not confirm whether a gun was found on the body of the dead man. The brother of the man shot said they lived together in a unit at the complex, but his brother had been at his girlfriend's apartment when this shooting occurred. It definitely destroyed me, he said, because he said he was going to be home in 30 minutes. I stayed up waiting for him. Either way, Houston police say a grand jury will decide whether the man will face charges over the shooting. Honestly, only God got the last answer, and I'm sure he'll figure this out for us. Just trying to keep myself and my family strong. All right. So, yeah, that's probably not the first time something like that's happened, right? Let's call and order a pizza. especially if you're calling from somebody else's house. We'll ambush the guy when he gets here. Nobody will be none the wiser. It's kind of what that sounds like to me, but let the investigation determine. Back to our calls this Wednesday morning. Who we got? Is it Daryl or Bobby or who we got?
Holy hell, Steve, you're like a genie. How did you know it was me?
Well, Daryl, because last time you called, it said Daryl. This time it says Bobby.
Yeah, I got nervous and came up with a different name. It's my alter ego.
Oh, boy.
I just came in to call because, I got a lot of negative comments last time I was on. And, I just came in to speak a little more of my truth. Came to talk about that Kamala Harris. She's like a fresh coat of paint on an old rig. She's got that spark, that shine.
Yeah.
It makes you sit up straighter and pay attention.
Uh-huh.
She's tougher than a $2 steak, and she's sharper than a rusty old blade, She's just like us truckers. She's been down some rough roads, but she keeps on trucking with that grit and determination. Got to talk to you about Biden too, of course. He's like the engine of this great nation's big old truck. Steady and reliable. Been chugging a long way for years.
Mm-hmm.
Still got more experience than a seasoned trucker on Highway 550, and that's saying something. He's been through every twist and turn through politics.
Yeah.
And just like a good old truck, he's got a heart as big as the open road, always looking out for his fellow Americans. The two of them epitomize a partnership rooted in dedication. Vice President Harris brings a wealth of experience breaking barriers as the first female, Black, and South Asian vice president, which is, I don't know about you, I think that's kind of a big deal. That's like 3 in 1.
Oh, yeah.
Her unwavering commitment to justice and equity resonates with people worldwide, inspiring generations to pursue their dreams. And don't even get me started on Biden. He has decades of public service.
Uh-huh.
He embodies resilience and empathy.
Yes.
His leadership fosters hope.
Yes.
It emphasizes the importance of empathy and unity with a focus on revitalizing the economy. Like I mentioned last time, the economy, it's never been better. He's addressing the climate change, advocating for social justice. The two of them, they're a dynamic duo hauling this country towards better days ahead, and that is all I gotta say, Steve.
Hey, that was a great piece, Bobby. Thank you so much. That's incredible. Now I know why he used a different name. Oh, he had it all written up there, ready to go. With that, let's get on down to, I think Vic's on the line, I do believe. Hello, Vic. You get to follow that.
Okay. Well, that's good. Different strokes for different folks. If that's what he believes, that's fine.
Yes.
But anyway, Pappy was talking about that Biden wasn't going to be the guy, that they were going to get somebody else in there. Well, they need to find somebody like Bobby that thinks Vice President Harris is the cat's meow, so to speak, because I don't think they're going to find very many people that will say in the Democrat Party that will say, you mean Vice President Harris has to be my running mate? I would imagine that if the Democrat Party had somebody else that would, fill all the different little cubicles they have to fill and all the hoops they have to jump through to get the presidential nod, that would have already been in place. And President Biden would have been history, and probably Vice President Harris as well. And the reason that I say that is because most of the people out there pretty well understands how this government works. And I was listening to Sundance there, and our monetary policy, that's handled by the Federal Reserve. They gave that up years ago, back in 1916, with the Federal Reserve Act. Trump has absolutely nothing, or the president has absolutely nothing to do with how much the banks have to hold in reserve. Like I remember years ago, it was like 20%. For every dollar they had on deposit, they could lend out $5. and they could borrow the money at the Federal Reserve window. After the whole financial deal that went on and the quantitative easing and everything else, I wouldn't even hazard a guess exactly where everything stands. And the only thing that the government has to do with the banks is where it is insured through the Federal Deposit Insurance Company. And they came up with the stress test. You remember that, where they were going to, if you had a bank, they were going to see your quality, your loans, and everything else. But that was something that was put in place before Trump ever came along. And the tax code was changed. Oh shoot, I forgot your tax man there that gets people out of the the disaster they get in. Yeah, but they also have a division that does taxes, and I would say that sounds to me like somebody needs to be paying a good CPA, because I haven't really. I can do okay now with just the standard deduction, but I don't know. I get a thing every year telling me how much I can take off in my interest on taxes and everything else, and so I don't know why. Now you can't take off your interest on a second home, but as far as your primary residence, last I knew, that was all still okay. So, so anyway, whenever they were talking about the guy there, you said he's owned by Robert now instead of Daryl. But anyway, the strategy that the Democrats have chosen to use with this court and lawfare, it seems to be gradually falling apart, except the one in New York with Bragg, because as I understand it, the people, that whole document thing and that they had down there, classified document that they had there in Florida with Jack Smith, it appears that there was a little bit of coordination going on there that came out, and they actually shipped some of that information to Trump and then said, well, we need it back or something. I never did really understand what was going on there, and I didn't too much believe it when it first came about. And then the deal down there in Georgia, it appears that the Georgia Senate Committee is taking a long, hard look at all this money that Fani Willis was getting. And if you'll notice, that's all kind of disappeared from the TV screen. But what little bit I seen was that apparently Fani was claiming that Wade and all these other people, it had something to do with them upgrading the jail system or something down there. And she was putting it in a totally different category than she was supposed to be using the money for one thing, and really she was just using it to go after Trump. And some of that was federal money. So who knows where that's going to wind up. So now we come back to the case in New York. And if Donald Trump had a non-disclosure agreement with Stormy Daniels, then something there had to be some sort of a reason that she signed that. And now they're claiming that Trump did that because it would affect his political stance. And where they're getting that information is from none other than that Michael Cohen, the lawyer. So that it just boils down to a he said, she said thing. And if they manage to prove that Cohen was not really the inside guy or the fixer as he claims, then that one's going to fall apart, because I don't know exactly how much knowledge that Michael Cohen had of Donald Trump's situation. I don't know if he knew of all the prenuptials. I don't know. Many times when you get up in high finance, they put what, for lack of a better term, a morals clause in there, because when you have to go through a divorce or something of that nature, it's going to totally affect your finances. So exactly, why Donald Trump did what he did, and why Stormy Daniels thought that she could come back and violate a non-disclosure agreement, See, none of that has really been hashed out, and that's where they're talking about the crime, because supposedly, although they can't produce evidence of the crime, it's all based on hearsay. Somebody's going to have to come up with definite proof that Donald Trump was worried about his election, and that's why he tried to suppress that information. And if you want to go down that road, I don't think there's a politician out there now that can't say they haven't had bad publicity quashed for one reason or another, or even a company as far as that goes. I can't, it's been a long time ago, but I remember the companies that I dealt with. I mean, they had like 20 and 30-page documents on how to deal with negative information. And you've probably seen those on other companies and everything else. And different people will try to do different things to try to affect stock markets and all that. But most Fortune 500 companies have a whole division set up to do nothing more than to protect their reputation. So if this whole deal with Trump falls apart as far as the courts goes, and I believe it is, or Biden wouldn't have been out there making that speech that he did today. And that reminds me that back in 2018, when the Republicans lost the Congress, you remember all those politicians out there, that the Democrats that said they were conservative and all that other stuff, and then after they got reelected, then they kind of shed their camouflage and came back out. They were just as liberal as ever. Well, that's the same thing that's going on with Biden. Biden says he's going to put all those tariffs on China. Well, China's going to be building their EVs in Mexico, which will entitle them, China, then to use the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. And they will be getting cheap wages, and they will be sending a lot of that stuff, a lot of the EVs over into this country.
And I think I saw something about that essentially they'll just kind of circumvent. It won't come from China to the U.S. It'll go to China and then to Mexico, or I think there's maybe another country that can kind of be the roundabout. So one way or another, they can get it done. But hey, we have to pause there.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
Undoubtedly, there's no question in anyone's mind. We have an unprecedented drug crisis, specifically a fentanyl crisis in this country. Law enforcement officers seized more than 115 million pills containing fentanyl last year. It was just over 71 million the year before. The study, published Monday in the Internal Journal of Drug Policy, detailed in a report by NPR that revealed the number of pills seized last year was 2,300 times greater than the number seized just in 2017. In other words, the numbers are increasing. And obviously, the numbers that are getting through, we're seizing ungodly amounts, but there's still enough getting through. NPR noted the counterfeit pills are made to look like legitimate prescription medications. Oxycodone, benzodiazepines, Valium, things of that nature. The number and size of fentanyl seizures is increasing, with the majority of seizures, especially in pill form out west. We continue to monitor our regional shifts in the fentanyl supply so we can maybe target prevention and public health response. The report noted the United States continues to experience an unprecedented overdose crisis. From 1999 to 2020, over 900,000 persons died from a drug overdose, the majority of those deaths involving an opioid. In 2022 alone, 107,941 deaths, exceeding 100,000 in a year for the second year in a row, with over 73, almost 74,000 of those linked to synthetic opioid. Dr. Samuel Beckerman, emergency physician in Los Angeles, said it's like Russian roulette. One pill might be enough to make you stop breathing. Another pill might be just enough to get you high. Now, according to NYU Langone Health, who led the study, fentanyl in pill form is beginning to dominate the drug supply. Pills are easy to ship and disguise. They can be marketed easily. And Americans have a reputation of loving their pills. Now, obviously, fentanyl is a synthetic opioid about 50 times stronger than heroin. Doses as small as 2 milligrams can be deadly. At least 200 deaths every day can be attributed to fentanyl. Since 2018, more than 250,000 Americans have died from fentanyl overdoses in this country. It's a sad state of affairs, but it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Michael Cohen is undergoing cross-examination in the criminal hush money trial involving former President Trump in New York. Early Tuesday, Cohen testified that he had directed Stormy Daniels' lawyer to lie about an alleged sexual encounter with the former president. This marks Cohen's second day on the stand, and he is expected to be the final witness for the prosecution. Trump faces charges of criminally falsifying business records. Recent data indicates that inflation continues to remain stubbornly high. The Labor Department reported a 0.5% increase in the Producer Price Index last month, nearly double what economists had anticipated. These wholesale prices are a crucial measure of inflation and come just before Wednesday's release of the Consumer Price Index. Across the U.S., millions are facing another day of heavy smoke from a number of wildfires burning in Canada. Topeka, Kansas, and Kansas City are experiencing the worst air quality in the nation. John Schaefer, USA News.
I'd like to introduce you to our new sponsor, Get the Tea. Get the Tea carries all-natural, non-GMO organic teas and supplements made in the USA. Get the Tea's ingredients are the purest available. My favorite is Life Change Tea. Life Change Tea is a gentle daily cleanse containing 12 herbs that when combined really keep things moving. I drink it every day, and my energy has never been better. I'm feeling great. Life Change Tea comes in 3 delicious flavors, natural, peppermint, and pomegranate. It's an easy and delicious way to keep your digestion on track. And for those on the go, try D365. D365 is Life Change Tea in a capsule. Drink the tea or take D365 capsules and keep your digestion running smoothly. Go to getthetea.com and enter discount code USA to get 10% off any size order. That's getthetea.com, discount code USA for 10% off your order.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We are T-minus 3 weeks until the Carolina kickoff, but the final gun will go off in West Central Ohio after a mere 3.5 hectic months. So whether you're a puller or a fan, we hope to see you in September. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Depending upon how you measure, the NTPA season is either in its 5th month or bearing down on its 1st. True, Region 6 events dotted the midsection of the state of Florida in January, February, and April, and the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals shook off the last of the cold weather blues indoors in Louisville, Kentucky in March. As May turns to June, however, the Grand National Circuit and the two most populous regions, 2 and 3, both begin in earnest. Does it then seem odd that this week's radio report would concentrate on the association's season finale? Not at all, because that's the poll where all the pollers want to be, and the one that fans in the know want to see. On Saturday, September 14th, the 37th Enderley Memorial Pull-Off will grace the Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Ohio for the 18th time since 2006 in a spectacle that has only expanded in competitiveness and prestige since Kent and Joan Enderley agreed to put up the money for the first one back in 1987. Then as now, the ticket to participation is punched entirely on merit. Competitors at both the grand and regional national levels must qualify based on their performance since Enderley time the previous year. And so, pullers across 13 Grand National divisions, Light Superstock, Newfields Ag Superstock Diesel, Superstock Open, High Torque Super Farm, and Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock tractors, CM Pulling Tires 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, Superstock Diesel 4x4, and Dr. Preload Super Semi trucks, and Mini, GMS Manufacturing and Machine Light, Multi-Engine, and Unlimited Modifieds will go at it hammer and tong all year long to be one of 65 GN invitees. It's not easy to make the RN show either, and it's also not so simple. These 45 berths will belong to top point earners across 12 divisions: Light Limited Superstock, Classic Superstock, Super Farm, Light Pro Stock, 4.1 Pro Stock, and Hot Farm tractors, 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, Superstock 4-wheel drive, and Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 trucks, and Mini and Multi-Engine Modifieds. So heavy is the workload in 5 divisions that pull in Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania that the NTPA split them into subregions, and so they'll send qualifiers from each half onto the Enderley. And we've already anointed 5 to participate in Urbana from the Florida events. Your 2024 Region 6 Super Farm qualifiers are the Caseys from North Baltimore, Ohio, with Whoopie Maker. Your Hot Farm qualifier is Brian McConnell from Valant, Pennsylvania, with Milkman's Mojo. Your 2-wheel drive qualifier is Crystal Wilson from Prince Frederick, Maryland, with her Dirty Money. Your modified mini qualifier is Jeff Hurt from Port Clinton, Ohio, with B-Bear. And your Region 6 modified qualifiers are the Bargees from Ansonia, Ohio, with the Judge Next Generation. Now these teams could all relax, but the Caseys, the Wilsons, Hurt, and the Bargees all have 1 or 2 more vehicles in the hauler. And the only thing better than going down the Champaign County Twin Tracks once is going down them twice. You can watch it all unfold by purchasing event tickets this August in person at O'Reilly Auto Parts registers nationwide or online at ntpapull.com. It's a fast-moving smorgasbord of pulling with classes of between 3 and 5 vehicles apiece. They'll leave it all on the track in a one-run-and-done conclusion to another championship season, one that is, right now, just on the verge of getting started. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, well, there you go. In other words, pooling season is really about to kick into overdrive. All right, John Dunlap will keep you updated on a weekly basis throughout the season, and then into the off season as well. I had a follow-up email in regards to Sundance. In regards to the Democrat Party, it's the Democrats that are ruining the country. Their socialist ideas, their big government control, and their criminal, crooked activities. They're going to destroy this country because they're taking their orders from the globalist, the one world government, total government control. That's what you're asking for. I think that's with RFK and even with what's in the White House right now. Hello to Steve in Columbus. How we doing this hump day? Good morning, Mr. Summers. All the listeners out there, the halfway point in the week is already here. So, yeah, we can start looking toward the weekend. Looks like a rainy day here in central Ohio. So that'll put a damper on things today. We got the car packed and ready to head into town. We'll see what we can get into. Everybody stay dry. Enjoy the day. There's Truck and Phil. Happy hump day. Coffee up. Good morning. Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looks like 70 and rain this morning. 73 for Fort Wayne, partly sunny at Sterling Heights, Michigan. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and flip back once again. It's another day. There's Hoot Hoo checking in via email. What's on your mind there? Stormy Daniels. Okay, morning, Steve. Seems I've lost a day somewhere. Anyway, my thought is maybe Michael Cohen's in love with Stormy Daniels. She must have turned him down. So now he's got sour grapes against Trump. I don't know. Hope the defense team would ask him if he's ever slept with Stormy. Or wanted to, maybe. I don't know if they'd go down that track or not. Almost like with Stormy's testimony last week, a whole bunch of stuff that was not pertinent in any form or fashion to what they're actually trying to prove, right? In case you missed it, we did touch on this last evening, but I know everyone can't be with us every moment of every program. There's a coalition of states challenging the EPA's new truck emission standards, and they're taking it to federal court. Monday of this week, 24 states, nearly half the country, right? Nearly half the country filed a petition for review in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit challenging the EPA's new truck emission standards that were finalized in March, being led by Nebraska's Attorney General Mike Hilgers, who also filed a suit against California's Advanced Clean Fleets rule on the same day. Oddly enough, all 24 plaintiff states are represented by Republican attorneys general. Although details have yet to be filed, the states will argue that these new truck emission standards exceed the EPA's statutory authority. The petition for review calls the final rule arbitrary, capricious, and abuse of discretion, and not in accordance with the law. In a news release, Hilgers said the truck emission standards defy reality. He added that the electric trucks are inefficient and costly. Consequently, forcing the adoption of electric trucks will harm, for him, Nebraskans, because he represents that state, by increasing the cost of interstate transportation, raising prices for goods, and burdening the electric power grid. California and an unaccountable EPA are trying to transform our national trucking industry and supply chain infrastructure. This effort, coming at a time of heightened inflation, with an already strained power grid, will devastate the trucking and logistics industry. It will raise prices for customers and impact untold numbers of jobs across Nebraska and the entire country. Neither California nor the EPA has the constitutional power to dictate these nationwide rules to the American people. 24 states, and we'll see where it goes. Fighting back against this out-of-control regulatory administration with the Environmental Protection Agency that thinks that they're just, I guess they're the almighty. They can tell you what kind of vehicle you can or cannot purchase. All right, Eagle wanted to come back in once again. What you got on your mind, Eagle?
Yeah, y'all wanted to talk to you about your, hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Eagle. We got you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about your buddy, Sundance. Yeah, Steve, this guy here, this guy here at Sundance, like I say, he's got his opinion, but he needs to look at the situation. If he wants his vote to matter, voting for Kennedy is not the answer. You need to make a decision whether you want Biden. The Trump Kennedy's not going to get in the White House. Only thing he's going to do is railroad, maybe help the other candidate get in by taking votes away. So Sundance, he needs to make a decision. And like I say, anybody in their right mind, if you look at the situation from Biden to Trump, there is no competition. And Sundance should be begging to get in line to vote for for Donald Trump. with the way with what Joe Biden is doing to this country. And one other thing I wanted to comment on, Steve, is about this other situation that they was talking about with the food prices and stuff that you were saying. You've gone over this before about how expensive the food is, the hamburgers, the fries, the tacos, whatever you buy now, you better have some money. A $20 bill used to go a long way, Steve. When you walked into a McDonald's restaurant, you could walk out with a lot of food. Go into McDonald's with $20 nowadays and see what you walk out with. You ain't gonna walk out with too much food with a $20 bill at McDonald's, Burger King, or Wendy's. And it wasn't like this, as far as I remember, it wasn't like this in 2017 and 18 and 19 when Trump was the president. I wasn't paying $15 for a Big Mac, and I thank you for taking my call.
Yes, indeed. Hey, I did what was it? I had, I mentioned the other morning we had the Five Guys. That was where we got burgers. We had 3 of the regular burgers, 1 of the small burgers, then an order of large fries. Now, Five Guys, if you get an order of fries, even a small, you're getting like a big, a bag full. It's like several large orders would normally be. You order a large fry there. 1 order of large was enough for 4 people to share and have some left over. I knew that was the case. So just 1 order of fries, no drinks. And it was damn near $50. $47 and some odd cents, $50. Yeah, you go get 2 burgers, 2 fries. You're probably looking at, I think that's what I got. I think Roland wanted a burger the other day. I went to, I think, Wendy's. I got me a double burger with everything. Got him a single cheeseburger with just ketchup, and then 2 large fries. That was $20. It is 844-3388. All right, somebody has suggested this somewhere down the line. I'm thinking it might have been horse feathers, and I thought that was almost a comical suggestion when we're talking about trying to electrify the country for cars and trucks. Something along the lines of trying, can't we maybe electrify the roadways so they can charge your vehicle as they go? Someone's actually pursuing that idea. I will make a prediction. This will, in my opinion, turn out to be just another one of those multi-million-dollar projects that gets a bunch of government grants and subsidies and ultimately files for bankruptcy. But the story, Purdue University and the Indiana Department of Transportation are creating, they say, a roadway capable of wirelessly charging electric vehicles, including Class A trucks, while traveling at highway speeds. Researchers say that could lead to smaller batteries and lower barriers to electric fleets. Now, this is why I think it's almost comical. They're going to start with a 1/4 mile of roadway. 1/4 mile is being outfitted with the technology on Highway 231 in West Lafayette, Indiana. If successful, the research has the potential to lower the cost of an electric truck, according to the experts. The patent-pending project is touted as the world's first highway test bed for wireless charging. Has the potential to transform electric vehicle charging. Electric vehicle range and cost, we know, big-time hurdles to widespread adoption of the technology. Now, this research could address both of those hurdles by maintaining a truck's charge while it drives, leading to smaller batteries and a lower cost. The researcher compared the technology to wirelessly charging a cell phone. This is the only possible solution that I've heard that could come anywhere close to working for the people I represent was the word from the Indiana Motor Truck Association president and CEO. It's not that we don't want to do it as far as electrifying the trucks. If someone can come up with a viable solution that we could afford, we're not going to push back on that. The current technology is too costly to implement. A diesel Class 8 truck, roughly $180,000, a comparable battery electric, over $400,000. Now, they say the roadway will also charge smaller electric vehicles, but they're targeting the biggest vehicles on the road to ensure the project will work for all drivers. You have to address the heavy power first to see if it's financially feasible and technically feasible. The vision is you'd place our system within roadways that are trafficked by heavy-duty vehicles. It would provide the power to those while they're driving down the road. Then you'd be able to greatly reduce the battery, adding that under a large-scale model that the only battery charge being depleted would be when the truck either enters or exits the roadway. So with this 1/4 mile stretch, they tell us crews will be placing transmitter coils this summer in the roadway that will charge these vehicles. Yeah, I have a lot of questions here. In a 1/4 mile of roadway, if you're traveling at 65, 70 mile an hour, how long does it take you to traverse a 1/4 mile? You're going to be over that segment of roadway for a matter of, seconds? I'm thinking that ultimately this would have to entail hundreds or thousands of miles of roadways having this technology. What is the cost? What's the cost even for just a 1/4 mile of this? I bet it's off the charts. But crews will be placing the transmitter coils this summer in the roadway. If the pilot program goes well, then the project could scale up to a larger span of roadway. At this point, he said he believes this technology is, well, there you go, 15, 20 years away from regular use. We have to find all the things that don't work and get them out of the way to find out what does work. This project is either going to once and for all determine if this is even possible, and if so, when, and how much it's going to cost. And with all those ifs right there at the end, that's why I make my prediction. This is just going to be a multi-million-dollar money grant grab that ultimately turns into another total debacle. Ain't going nowhere.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by
We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, a couple of final tidbits as we kind of wind things down this Hump Day morning. I don't know if you caught it. I guess it was a week ago Monday. Did you hear that Bernie Sanders, 82-year-old Bernie Sanders, announced that he will be seeking another term in office? Here's a guy that, to my knowledge, has never had a job in his life aside from sucking off the government teat, living off the taxpayers' dollars. Has Bernie ever had another job besides politics? He said, "Let me thank the people of Vermont from the bottom of my heart for giving me the opportunity to serve in the United States Senate. It's been the honor of my life. Today I'm announcing my intention to seek another term." So he'll be 83 before the November election. He would be 89 by the end of his fourth term in January of 2031, should he win re-election. In the announcement video, he argued for codifying Roe versus Wade into national law, making sure all public colleges and universities are tuition-free, and against funding for Israel in its war with Hamas. Hitting all those socialist notes. All right, the filing period for the August 13 primaries in his state opened in late April. The deadline was May 30, so obviously he easily won the Democrat nomination in 2018, 94% of the vote. Yeah, went on to win the general election handily against that year's Republican nominee, Lawrence Zupan, and a handful of third-party candidates. Now, he will have a Republican combat veteran, Gerald Malloy, who was the 2022 Republican nominee for Senate in the Green Mountain State, who's running again in this cycle. Now, if he won with 94%, I don't know. Malloy sought for Senator Patrick Leahy's seat, but lost to Peter Welch by a 40-point margin in the general election. So Bernie, first elected in the 2006 midterm elections, enters his third re-election bid as arguably the most prominent progressive in the nation. All right, we'll close it out there on a Wednesday. Yeah, go Bernie, go. Socialism today, yes. Thanks for being with us on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,